Good morning. Let me welcome you all to this fine workshop on hydraulic fracturing. My name is Mark Nekedem. I'm the director of the Department of Conservation. Thank you all for making the effort to come here and spend the day with us talking about something that I think we're all, of course, very interested in, and of course requires a great deal of focus and determination to get through our agenda for today. I have two comments, just to kind of frame things for the day, if I may. One is substance, the other is form. As many of you know, we've talked about hydraulic fracturing in the state of California for the last year. We've had workshops over the last several months. And despite some controversy in the press and people's very strong emotions about this issue, we always assume that you would expect your public servants, your regulators, to come from a place of science and evidence and our best professionalism. And that's how we are approaching this and how we intend to work with you today and through the process. The science is very important to us. I myself am a trained scientist, and I have a penchant for facts, and it really matters to us. And we fully expect in the development of these regulations to recur to what we know and acknowledge what we don't know, and to know the difference. The other, of course, is form. We expect things to be civil. I know there are very strong sentiments about hydraulic fracturing or fracking, and nobody wants to curb any enthusiasm or passions. At the same time, we are here to listen and to be listened to, all of us. So I have asked Marnie Weber, our director, our assistant director of the Department for Legislative Affairs and Government Affairs, to be our moderator today. And she may from time to time exercise a strong and steady hand in guiding the conversation. We will stick to our agenda as promised, and we will close by 4 p.m. But thank you. I do appreciate not only you showing up, but you coming with the knowledge and the enthusiasm for the issue. It's fairly arcane, so I know a lot of homework has been done, and I appreciate all the effort that you're going to put into this today and that we will have in the next few weeks as we move through the discussion draft toward establishing what we believe will be the draft that then goes into the rulemaking process. Let me turn the mic over to Jason Marshall, my Chief Deputy Director, whom you'll recognize from our earlier workshops. Jason?
Thank you, Mark. As Mark indicated, we will be going through the workshop today in the order of the agenda. We're going to try to maintain that 40 to 45 minutes per item time frame. If we end up wanting to talk a little longer, we may need to just cut it off and submit written comments if something doesn't get covered. But on the other side, we may end up with some silences. Now, we're doing that because there may be people who have, based upon the agenda, maybe people who have planned to be here in the afternoon because that's when they want to address a topic. If we rush right ahead, that may be great for everybody in the audience, but it would do a disservice to the public process that we've already committed to. So, a couple of logistical things to get out of the way while we're here. If you didn't see them on the way in, the bathrooms are there. There is coffee downstairs and outside, and I am advised that at the lunch break, if you are inclined, the hotel has some sort of $10 lunch soup, salad, sandwich special, something like that. It's available. I understand that it has started to drizzle. If you're not interested in walking in that, well, you do have an option here. Back to the content of today. In the context of what we're doing, we're still really at the beginning. Maybe we're getting close to the end of the beginning, but we're still in the beginning of this process. We started last summer with a series of workshops that were really more about getting just straight input. We weren't doing a lot of interface back and forth as we're going to do today. We wanted to hear what people wanted us to put on the agenda, and we got a pretty good idea. These workshops that we're doing now, as we move along through the next month or so, we're going to have at least 3 of them. There may be a few others. At least 3 workshops like this. This one today in Los Angeles. We'll be doing another one in Bakersfield, and then one in Sacramento. And again, there may be others. But as we move through these workshops, we'll be refining the regulations even further. What you have seen, what we have attempted in as many different ways on the page to convey, is that we have put out a draft, a discussion draft, a pre-regulatory discussion draft. If that doesn't convey that we're still working on this is a work in progress, this is written in pencil, not pen, not carved in stone. If that doesn't convey it, I'll just say it. We are here to figure out whether or not this first take gets some of it right, gets none of it right, gets most of it right. So we look forward to the input in that context. The next step after we get through the workshops and we actually draft the regulations would be to enter the Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking process. It's a process that can take about a year. It can't take more than a year. And it involves more hearings, more drafts, actual response to comments that we have to provide in writing. So again, we're nearing the end of the beginning, I think, but we're still in the beginning of this process. Some introductions. Mark Neckenham, our director, myself, Jason Marshall, the chief deputy. Marnie Weber will be our moderator today. We also have here from the department a host of experts. Tim Kustick, State Oil and Gas Supervisor, is here. Rob Habel, his deputy, is here. From our legal office, Bruce Reeves and Justin Turner. From our Cypress office, we have John Garoche and Dan Dudek. And Ed Wilson, our public affairs director, is here as well. So we've brought these technical experts here to, 1, help with the flow of the discussion, and 2, to provide some of the back and forth when we start digging into the weeds of details that frankly are technical. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marnie Weber as our moderator, and we will start with the first section.
Thank you, Jason. As we've all said, thank you all for attending today. We're looking forward to hearing what you have to say, listening to your comments and suggestions. And first of all, we're going to start with provisions for pre-fracturing well testing, and Rob Habel is going to be leading that discussion. Once he's done with his introduction, if you would like to make a comment, if you'll raise your hand, I will recognize you and someone will bring you a microphone. If you're referencing studies or reports that you've read that you think that we may not have seen, we'd be happy to receive those from you. And if you don't have a copy that you can leave with us, please fill out a comment card with a link to it, or take our email address so that you can email it to us later. As we said, we're going to hold this down to about 40 to 45 minutes. We hope that you'll keep your comments succinct. There's documents out there for you to leave comments on if that's easier for you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob.
Thank you, Marnie. Okay. So again, my name is Rob Habel, and I'm Chief Deputy with the Division of Oil and Gas. And if you look at your agenda, we are talking about provisions for the pre-fracking well testing. And in Section 2 on the agenda, you'll get to advance notification, which is be handled by Tim Kustick. But basically, for the evaluation and our pre-testing for fracking, and as we go through this, I'm not going to be reading exactly what our draft document says. I'm assuming that everyone's had the opportunity to read this and go through this. I'm going to kind of hit basically the main points, and then we'll open it up for discussion if there's any questions. So basically the main points that we're talking about is the well, pressure testing the well to make sure that the well is constructed. Well, let me back up a little bit. The operator, before they submit anything to the Division of Oil and Gas, needs to evaluate what they're doing in the frac operations, and this could take months and months before they contact us. And part of that process is they need to evaluate the well they're going to drill, or if it's already been drilled, and they need to evaluate an area around where they're doing the hydraulic fracking to make sure that when they're doing the hydraulic fracking, that anything that's being injected for the hydraulic fracking is being maintained in the intended zone. There's no conduit so that any of the fluid could migrate outside of the zone of intent. And so there takes a lot of work for them to do this evaluation prior to doing the job. And so what they need to do is they need to do some modeling of what their hydraulic fracking job is going to entail. They need to obviously know the well track, where the well's going, look at an area around the hydraulic fracking to ensure that there is no conduit outside of the intended zone. Now the well itself, if it hasn't been drilled, will be drilled and constructed to our standards, and you know, we have very strict requirements. The challenge is that oil has been going on in California for a long time, and there's a lot of older wells, and some of the standards have changed with time, and that's why it's very crucial for them to analyze wells in the surrounding area to make sure there isn't any conduits as well as faults. And so once they have this plan, well direction of where it's going and the fracking, they need to do an analysis on how far the fractures will propagate. Then what we've asked them to do in our regulations is to look at the area twice that distance. That's a safety factor. So they're going to be kind of creating this bubble around where the hydraulic fracking is occurring, and they're going to be looking to see if there's any wells that intersect that bubble or any faults. And so they're doing all this as far as really as the pre-testing to make sure that there's no issues within that bubble. And so if you're in a very old field, it may be a little more challenging. If it's a new field and there's no wells, it's much easier. And so they're going to be evaluating all those wells and again, the well is going to be constructed properly to begin with, so that shouldn't be a problem. Now, as far as the other testing, in some cases, if there are some wells that intersect that bubble, they'll have to do some additional evaluation of those wells. Typically, if it's in existence, we have a pretty good handle on what the condition of the well is. If it was drilled and plugged and abandoned prior to a given date, we're going to, you know, in a sense, it's not really testing, but we're evaluating all the well records for that well, looking at the well construction standards at the time, looking how the well was drilled, how it was plugged and abandoned, and what the state of the well is. As far as well testing prior, in the well that's being drilled to be hydraulic fracking, in the majority of the wells, it will be a newly constructed well. Usually when you're doing a hydraulic fracking job, you need to construct it in a certain way for the hydraulic fracking job, as far as the size of the perforations, the angle of the perforations. So normally it's not going to be an older well. It's going to be drilled with this in mind and constructed to doing the hydraulic fracking. They're also going to be doing some tests at that well. We're going to be pressure testing the well to ensure that it has mechanical integrity so that it can hold the pressure. And if you've read through the draft document, you realize that we're not checking at a very low pressure. We're actually requiring these tests to be performed at a higher pressure than what's anticipated during the hydraulic fracking job. Thereby, there's again a safety factor there. So we're going to be pressure testing the well to make sure that it has good mechanical integrity. We're also making sure that the construction of the well is when you cement the well, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with how wells are constructed, but anyway, you put in, and we have some diagrams. Please feel free to get up and walk around and look at our posters. We have them set up in 4 locations, and some of those, as you can see, we have that mentions the well construction. Well, you actually have casing that's in the ground and cement on the outside. We want to make sure that that cement is of good quality and also that it's set for extended period of time prior to doing any testing. Because as you, well, maybe you don't know, but cement doesn't set up immediately. It takes a little while for it to harden. And so we have requirements there to make sure that the cement has actually set and can hold the pressure. And again, we're looking at again, it's really not testing, but an evaluation of all the wells and the faults in the area surrounding the hydraulic fracking. If you also look at the documents, is that they're supposed to be using a model of what they're anticipating to occur during the frac job. And again, there's a lot of science involved here. You have to know the stress on which way the fractures will be propagated. And there are some unknowns. We control at the surface. We don't, but the operators control at the surface as far as the pressure and the type of fluid. Most sediments are not necessarily homogeneous. There is a little unknown, but we have a pretty good idea of where it's going. And so they're going to be analyzing all this as far as their modeling, have a pretty good handle on where the fractures are. And again, basically, we're looking at all the areas surrounding the job itself. I don't know if anybody wants us to go through point by point, but I'm kind of opening it up for any questions or suggestions dealing with this pre-fracking testing. Not dealing with the notification at this point. That's going to be the next section, but just the pre-evaluation.
Okay, we'll open it for questions over here. And when you stand up, would you please identify yourself and your affiliation, if any?
No affiliation. Then for the fracturing well testing, how do you deal? How do you deal with the earthquakes? How do you deal with the earthquakes? Meaning that when you do the first test, right? What you do is that you inject high pressure water or cause fracture, and this water may decrease the friction between two layers of the formation. And being California in a very vulnerable to earthquake, how do you deal with that?
So again, as far as the pre-evaluation is, ideally that we're looking at all the wells in the location, and then we're also looking if there's any faults in the area. If you're in the area of very active faults, that is something we have to be very concerned with. And so again, by looking at the modeling of where the fracture's going, we're looking to find out if it's anticipated that those fractures will extend to any faults. If that is, they need to tell us what are they doing to compensate for that. Ideally, they're not going to be fracking right next to an active fault. A lot of the faults that occur are much deeper than the hydraulic fracking. But if there are faults in the immediate vicinity, we would have to evaluate that and find out if the frac job itself will have any influence on the seismic activity and the fault.
Might also want to mention that the Department of Conservation also houses the state geologist. We have many programs associated with earthquakes and natural hazards. This state is one of the most mapped states as far as seismic activity goes, and they haven't seen anything of note so far with this associated with this practice to date. And of course, since we have the state geologist on staff with us, we'll of course be monitoring and we'll be able to tell when anything is happening, since we'll have the two divisions being able to talk to one another. Okay?
And
My name is Todd Carter, I'm an attorney. I represent Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. And just a quick follow-up on that. How much seismicity does it take to fracture a well casing?
are you talking about how much pressure it would cause to cause damage to the casing itself?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. And some of this is going to be actually covered in section number 3, but since you brought it up, is well casing, we know by the manufacturer of what the burst strength is. And so in a later section we'll get into that once you know what the burst strength is, we're making sure that they keep that below that. And so it varies, but we're going to be looking at that and with their modeling and what pressure they're injecting to make sure that they're holding it below that pressure so it doesn't cause damage to the casing. So not only are we going to be testing the casing prior to the job itself, we're all going to be looking at it afterwards. And if everything is following the program as submitted, they should not get anywhere near the burst pressure for the casing. Did I answer your question?
Well, I guess I'm worried about I'm worried, obviously, with increased seismicity caused by fracking, and also injection of fluid after fracking. And the question is how much seismicity does it take to shear a casing? If there's obviously, if you're fracking in the area, doesn't it go to figure that there's going to be more ground movement?
You're asking some great questions, and I'm glad you're asking some of these. So there are areas in certain fields with certain activity, there's a lot of subsidence. You do have casing damage. And typically in those fields where they, in some locations, not only in the oil fields but also in fresh water, where you have subsidence in tens to 20 feet, you have a lot of casing damage, all right? So we're kind of talking about a couple different things. First of all, the pressure to rupture the casing is one thing, and damaged casing caused by seismic activity is something else. So again, if there's seismic activity, it has nothing to do with, and it shouldn't have anything to do with hydraulic fracking, but if you have a field where an active fault is and there's a fault in movement, you may have some casing damage. Ideally, that hasn't really happened. The majority of the cases where we're starting to have casing damage is where there's fields that have excessive subsidence. And because you're subsiding, let's say 5, 7, 10 feet, it puts a lot of strain in the casing, and you have some casing failures. So that's a little different than the seismic activity. It's sort of how some of these fields were operated in the early 1900s, where they had some of the casing. They weren't managing before they had injection. They had subsidence. We're trying to control subsidence, not only the state of California, but for example, in Wilmington, the city of Long Beach, it's very involved in that as well. So those are two different things. So if you're saying how much seismicity would cause damage to casing, again, we really haven't seen much associated with seismic activity. There has been activities, again, I'm talking about the whole state, where you would have landslides. Obviously, that could damage casing if you have a well that's drilled where a landslide slides, or subsidence. They aren't normally associated with seismic activity. Did I answer your question there?
Well, it still doesn't say how much, but that's
Well,
I mean, is there a specific amount of shear pressure or something that well casings are protected from?
again, there's a collapse strength and a burst strength that we analyze. And again, some of it's kind of difficult when you're having a landslide or subsidence. Obviously, it's going to exceed that, what's designed. But we're designing it under normal conditions. And ideally, wells should not be placed into landslides. And then we shouldn't be having subsidence. But again, some of these activities started the early 1900s, and we weren't quite up on some of those things. We're much better today. But again, that's why we're looking at wells in the surrounding area, and that some of these very, very old fields that may have some of these challenges, we're going to be identifying those and addressing those through this process.
Okay, next. Over here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Wendy Phillips, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters of California. I'm hoping that you can back up for a minute and talk about who exactly will be regulated here. I think that you're targeting operators to comply with these new regulations, but the operators may not necessarily be the owners with the deeper pockets, and the operator, I'm concerned, may have only a transient role in the well. And what happens if a problem develops later? What sort of recourse are you going to have to this operator, and do you think that you should try to get not only the operator, but also the owner of the well on the hook also?
We have some great questions. We're dealing with some of those challenges on a regular basis. There are wells that have, again, not necessarily with hydraulic fracking, but wells have been drilled in the early 20s and 40s, and it changes hand many times. And so, the first person we go to, or the first entity, is the well operator. And in some cases, we have the ability to then go back to the previous operator and the operator before that. And so we aren't just stuck with the current operator, because if they're a fly-by-night and have no resources, we could then go to the next operator in the back. And in some cases, we're able to go to the landowner. We haven't really done that very often, but we're looking into that.
So that's already embedded in your regulation or your draft.
Well, again, what you're looking at in the draft document is really associated hydraulic fracking. We have a whole other body of regulations and statutes that cover all sorts of other aspects for the overall operations of oil and gas production. What you're seeing here is just the regulations associated to the hydraulic fracking. As you notice in the draft document, it doesn't really go into details of what our construction standards are. We do have those. It's just it's not in this document. We reference those in the document, and you would go to those. So you really need to take a look. If you have those questions and are really concerned, I suggest that you can visit our website, www.conservation.ca.gov, and we have copies of our statutes as well as our regulations. And it's rather in depth. And some of those aspects that I was talking about are in those. It's not in this document right here, because we're overseeing all the oil and gas operations. We're only talking right now about hydraulic fracking. And sometimes it's hard to separate just hydraulic fracking from the other general well operations. And so we're doing a whole host of things besides what you're seeing here. We're only focusing on this one aspect right now. And not to say that we don't have some of the challenges with some of our regulations that we need to look at, and that is on our agenda to take care of, not today, but in the future.
Okay, next, over here. Over there.
Thanks. Cassie Siegel with the Center for Biological Diversity. Just starting with a very quick comment. I'm sorry that more of our members couldn't be here today to participate in this workshop, but really appreciate the comments from Mr. Reeves this morning about how we'll have greater notice for the next workshops, because so many of our members feel, as I do, that the only way to protect Californians from fracking is to replace the draft regulations with a simple prohibition, because this is the only way that we can really protect our air, our water, our climate, our communities, and our wildlife from fracking, or that at a very minimum we would have a moratorium on fracking as these regulations and protections are developed, because Californians shouldn't get any less protection than people in New York from this activity. But nevertheless, we're very grateful that you're holding this session and very happy to be here to participate. I have a couple of questions on this section, but I'll start with another sort of big picture question about the scope of the rule. And for these pre-fracturing well testing requirements, which wells are we talking about? And in particular, is the intent of Section 1781 to remove cyclic steaming water flooding and steam flooding from the state's underground injection program?
Let me see if I got your question right. We're not eliminating water flood and cyclic steams from our underground injection control program. That is under our underground injection control program. We're just saying in these sections that hydraulic fracking is not under the UIC, the underground injection control program. It's a well stimulus. So we are still handling the UIC wells in a whole different other section of regulations, and we monitor those very closely. This is now going to be addressed in these new, hopefully something in this version of these new regulations.
So if I understand correctly, it's only fracking that's being taken out of the underground injection program by Section 1781. We would suggest that fracking not be taken out, that it be left in the underground injection program, that program be used as the baseline for the regulations, and then the department develop regulations on top of that rather than removing fracking from the underground injection program.
So just clarification on that. Currently, we don't have any regulations for hydraulic fracking, so we're not removing anything from the UIC program. We're now just generating some new regulations.
If I may, Rob, this 1781 would codify the long-standing interpretation by the division of its own regulations. As you're aware, that's an issue that your organization is currently litigating with the department about, so that's not something we're going to discuss in great detail in this context. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
My comments go to the draft regulations, not to the litigation, of course, but let me move on to a related question to one of the earlier ones. We were talking about Section 1784, evaluation prior to hydraulic fracturing, and looking for the faults, the abandoned wells, et cetera. Are there, so, and I see Section 4, Roman numeral 2, talking about what was in the presentation. Are there substantive standards that go along with this? So I understand that the reg says, okay, before you can frack, you have to go out and look for faults and look for abandoned wells. But what's the substantive standard that will apply? So if I'm the operator and I find a fault or I find an abandoned well, then what happens, and what's the substantive standard to determine whether the division would then approve fracking or not?
So ideally is once either bad wells or faults are identified, the burden of proof is on the operator to show that by doing this hydraulic fracking operations will not cause any disruptive activity, would not cause any rupture along the fault. So the burden of proof is on the operator. And I can't tell you what the standard is, but it would have to be to our satisfaction that says we're comfortable that what you're planning, how you're planning on doing this, the distance to any fault would not cause any activity. I can't tell you what that is because it's a case-by-case basis. It's very diverse out there in the fields. Wells are directionally drilled, some are horizontal, some are vertical. All this plays into what's going on. And thickness of beds, the burden of proof is going to be on the operator to show to us that there will not be an issue associated to the hydraulic fracking operations.
Thanks. I guess a follow-up comment would be that I think the public would feel better if there were substantive standards associated with that, so we could look at that.
Let me make one comment on that. It's a real challenge for us to come up with regulations in that one size doesn't fit all. And I know it's nice having these standards, but sometimes we found that when we come up with standards, there leaves a lot of holes in it that it's very difficult for us to close those because we kind of have a one size fits all. And I know it's really difficult for us to say the burden of proof when we have no standards. So again, we can try and do that, and we will, but please keep in mind that in one situation, we have those set of standards would be great, but a different field and different situation, it could cause more problems and more holes. So we have to be very careful in how we do that. We will look at that and perhaps address some of that, but I'm just giving you the warning that it's very difficult sometimes to come up with something that's going to fit for all cases.
Sure, I think the thing to strive for is that you...
Thank you very much. This gentleman over here has been very patient. I think we'd let him have a turn.
Sure thing.
Dr. Tom Williams, Sierra Club. Well pressure testing. The devils are always in the details. What would you consider to be all cemented casing strings to be used or utilized in the hydraulic fracturing operations? Is this only the surface casing or the production casing or the intermediate casing or all of them? Are they all going to be cemented as in the illustration in the typical well casing where you have 100% cementation from top to bottom?
Okay. Again, as I mentioned, this young lady here is that we do have some construction standards. Surface casing needs to be cemented from the shoe to the surface. And typically we would have surface casing. Majority of the time we just have production casing after that. Our standards indicate that we have to have cement through the oil and gas zone. And actually we have to isolate all oil and gas zones and any fresh water bearing zones. And so typically what you have is cement across the production zone. with 500 feet above
Right,
the zone. And then, now again, that's if there's one zone. If there's multiple zones, we're supposed to have cement across multiple zones. And so it doesn't necessarily go to the surface. It would go above, 500 feet above the uppermost hydrocarbon zone, and then we'd have cement across the freshwater zone. And so typically when we're pressure testing the casing, we're not going to be pressure testing the other strings of casing. We really can't access them. It's really going to be pressure testing the production string, unless they're going to be doing the frac job through tubing and packer, and then we're going to be testing the tubing and packer as well.
But when you say all cemented casing strings to be utilized in the hydraulic fracturing, the only one that I am aware of is the production casing.
Correct.
So no other casings would be included in the testing
Correct.
for this particular thing.
Correct. Ideally, we're going to make sure that the production string where the fracking is occurring, that's all where it's going to be occurring, and it's going to be strong enough. It's going to meet the pressure test prior, and we're going to be testing it again. We'll get into it later afterwards. So we're really looking at the production string because that's where the pressure is going to be.
Okay.
The other casings should not be experiencing any pressure. And if you
Should not.
Well, and again, that's why it has to be analyzed, and we're looking at it. And if you look at it again, which I'm going to get into when we get to section 3,
Right.
what happens during the operation, so that if we pick
Okay.
up something that's outside
Let's
of that.
Move on. One other question. Will all of these analyses, testings, and such be submitted as part, since this is prior to the fracking, will this be submitted as part of the history of the well and or identified within the notice of intent?
And what we're doing a little bit is kind of switching, we're melding some of these section 1, section 2, and that's okay. I want to answer your question. So the idea is most information, or the process that I was describing to you at the beginning, is all happening before the division is even notified. It's up to the operator to make sure that they've planned this correctly and it's going on. Then what's going to happen, which is going to be talked about in section 2, is basically the HF1, the data will be submitted to the division, and it will be part of the well record.
Is
Yes.
that a yes or a no?
Well, I'm just, again,
Here-
I'm kind of
here's-
paraphrasing what you're asking me
here's
to.
Here's the basics. There's a lot of information content in this first section that we're discussing.
Yes.
The real question is, will this be available in an official submittal to the division, and will it be accessible through PRAs or file research? Will it be available to the public?
My understanding is yes, it will.
There's no requirement for submission in the regs.
Well, again, if we're now getting into section 2 in advance notification, and basically the analysis that's listed mainly that we were just talking about in 1784-4, all that does need to be submitted in this pre-notification to us.
We're kind of jumping ahead here. We're actually, that's addressed in the next section, which I'll be talking about shortly. The question you're asking.
And I think we have gone through 40 minutes. Ed, have we? A little bit more time. One more question? Over here? And then over there. We'll go there and then over here.
Hi, Chris Cowles, Metropolitan Water District. My question's not so much a question, more of an observation. I think it'd be helpful as we go through these regulations as to show what's kind of new in these regulations as opposed to what's currently being done as an industry practice. So it seems like a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about, industry kind of already does de facto, but we haven't actually codified it in a regulation yet. So how is this more protective to the environment than what's currently being done?
Very
Well,
good comment. Thank you.
So part of the challenge is that California hasn't been really following what's been going on in hydraulic fracking. So just by these regulations itself, we're going to actually be able to track where, when, who, and how hydraulic fracking is occurring. And not to saying that it's going to be carved in stone and never change. As we go through this, we may need to change and add new regulations if we should identify some challenges. So what's new is we're now being informed, and we're now tracking a better understanding of what's going on. right now, we really don't know what's going on, and that is of concern.
Okay, one over here.
Hello, Paul Ferrazzi, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. I had a question about the surface equipment testing. Do you have any idea of how you're going to regulate that? If you're going to have them test it a certain percentage above whatever fracture pressure they're using, or, you know,
So that's a great question. I'm going to ask you to kind of hold off on that, because some of that's going to be, if you look at our agenda in Section 3, monitoring during and after fracturing operation. That's, well, yeah, so actually, and I'm sorry, I didn't create this slide. It probably should have been put to Section 3, because basically what we're really talking about is all this work done prior to them even notifying us. So there's really nothing out there yet, actually, when they're set up for doing the fracking, which we'll try to address more appropriately in Section 3, and I apologize for the bullet up there. But we will get to it, so.
Thank you. Wendy Phillips, League of Women Voters of California. Earlier, in response to a question, you emphasized that the burden of proof is on an operator to demonstrate that there's no risk from faults or abandoned wells. I'm paraphrasing you there. And my interpretation of that is that somebody on the staff, a geologist, engineer, will be actually reviewing that and approving the submittal to the division. Is that correct, or is this really a notice of intent, and if nobody responds within a 10-day period or whatever that period is, the operator is able to move ahead without actually receiving approval?
As the draft document indicates, there is no approval that's given from the division. So basically, it's just notification to us.
If I may riff a little bit on that, we've had conversations about this, and the very question you're getting at, from the division's point of view and the department's point of view, the HF1 would not be deemed complete, and thus we wouldn't consider that the operator had satisfied their obligation if, for instance, it provided information that demonstrated, or that they couldn't demonstrate well integrity. Put it in the negative there. If they couldn't demonstrate well integrity, then we would deem the HF1 not complete, and thus the operation wouldn't have satisfied the requirement of the reg.
Back there.
My name is Dick Roberts. I work for Cal Ocean. I was just curious about this last issue. It seems like it would be more efficient to have some way to close that loop. You have the HF1, and you say, you know, if it's not properly completed, that you know, they're not authorized to drill. But you know, our division deals more with compliance issues, and we find it much easier to require compliance when there's a specific requirement. I think you might want to consider closing that loop somehow, other than just say, you know, the form's not completed or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Todd Cardiff again. I think this is as good a time as any to talk a little bit about some of the definitions here. And I have a concern about the protected water. My understanding is that the EPA has criticized the UIC program because it doesn't protect beneficial waters and drinking water sources sufficiently. And most notably, it doesn't require an affirmative exemption of potentially beneficial waters that have above 3,000 total dissolved solids in it. I was wondering if you're going to change this section in 1780D. And actually, I have 3 questions, and I know we're running out of time real quick.
You want me to answer this one first?
Sure.
So the idea is that basically, you kind of mentioning 2 things. The definition for protected water is very close to what it says in the EPA Safe Drinking Water Act. Basically, the Safe Drinking Water Act requires that anything really that's 10,000 milligrams per liter or less is protected. and this is what it's saying, is that and they also have a kind of a criteria that it's more important, the water from 0 to 3,000 milligrams per liter is more important, and then from 3,000 to 10,000 is important, but not quite the same standard, so to speak. So this really actually does mimic the Safe Drinking Water Act very closely. And that's different than what you're getting into is the comments regarding our UIC program. That's a little different. This does follow what the EPA is saying, and currently we don't have anything in regulation that mentions what is fresh water and what isn't.
Yeah, but the EPA, under the Safe Drinking Water Act, requires a public process to exempt potentially beneficial waters from being protected that are above 3,000 TDS.
Right, but as far as we're not getting the process, we're just doing definitions here. And so the definition is pretty much correct. If you're talking about you want to get into a process for aquifer exemptions or something, again, that would be more under a UIC program, which really isn't covered in these regulations, not necessarily addressing it in hydraulic fracking.
Okay, well, I think it really needs to be protected, and I think it needs to be an affirmative process. I have a very huge concern about 1784A3, which talks about the quality of cement outside the production casing, and if it says if it's not sufficient to isolate the strata containing protected water, then the operator must develop a remediation plan and obtain approval from the division for the remediation plan prior to proceeding. It seems to me what you're saying there is that if there's questionable cement trying to protect the water-bearing strata, that they can still proceed with their fracking operations despite the risk of impacting that protected water.
Well, it does mention a remediation plan. So maybe we could reword this a little bit. They're supposed to develop a remediation plan and then follow through with that. So in some cases, if the cement isn't lifted as high as it needs to be to isolate the zones, they would then be required to shoot and squeeze additional cement to do to ensure that we have isolations between the different zones. That's a remediation plan, and we have to follow that. So maybe we need to clarify a little bit more. Not only need to develop a plan, they need to follow through with that meets our requirements.
Okay, so that's not remediation of the water body.
No. This is the remediation is you do the cement job. You've pumped in so much excess. You imagine the cement's going to come to a certain height, and you had a washout. Something happened during the cement job that thereby the top of the cement is below where it's supposed to be. We would then require them to do a remediation plan, which means to do some additional work to ensure that the cement is isolating the zone, and so they would have to do that prior to moving forward.
Okay, and this just goes into the next section that you're going to talk about. Following on Ms. Siegel's comments, 1784 A42 needs to be explicitly put into 1783 as part of the HF1, and it's not in there.
Well, we do have fraction analysis required under section 1784A4. That's number 16 on page 2 under 1783. So that should be submitted with the HF1.
Thank you.
And if not, we'll make sure it is in there.
Anyone else? Over
I
here.
know this is a lot to take in, and I apologize. It's just what we do is very complicated and complex.
Have we moved on to cement evaluation, or are you going to do more?
Not yet. One last question, and we'll move on to the next section.
Okay. In 1784, let's see where to go. Okay. Number 3 says the logging of the cement placement. But then in the next part of that paragraph, it says outside the production casing to isolate the strata containing protected water. The protected water would only be some part exposed in the surface casing. So cementing the production casing is to isolate the production zones from the protected water? I don't like the word, but anyway.
Well, you're making the assumption that the surface casing is going to protect all the protected water, and that isn't always the case. Sometimes we have very deep protected water, and in designing a well, we have requirements and guidelines that you don't want to go too deep prior to setting the surface casing, because if let's say protected water is at 2,700 feet, we don't want you drilling for 2,700 feet without having any way of controlling any flow to the surface. And so sometimes you'll, let's say, set the surface casing to 1,200 feet, yet there's still water need protected down deeper that will then have to be cemented in the production string. So the production string itself isn't just for the hydrocarbon zones. In some cases, it does cover freshwater bodies.
And it's just confusing that you're testing the production zone cementing in order to protect the protected water zone.
Well,
wouldn't it be reasonable to do the log for all of the cementing from top to bottom?
So you realize that, and maybe you don't, but if and around the room, when you get a break or you want to look at the diagram of our well casing, is that the surface casing, let's say it's at 1,500 feet, is cemented at the surface. And we make sure there's cement returns. If there's not, we do a top job, whatever. That's the anchor string when you're drilling the well. It's very important. So we make sure that's protecting the water. So we have that string of casing there. So then if we have another production string, we have that production casing, and then we have the surface casing and cement. And in some cases, when production string is cement to surface, then we have a really good seal across those zones. But there are wells that actually have protected water below the surface casing as well. And are you suggesting that perhaps we run a log on the surface casing as well? Because what we're doing is we're checking the bonding, and again with the surface casing, there aren't going to be any hydrocarbon zones. There will be water, and we're making sure we get a good volume of cement that goes all the way around and cements the backside.
Well, again, the two illustrations that you have of well casings, one shows 100% cementing, which would be great and was used by PXP in their 2 frac test wells, versus the typical hydraulic fracturing operation, which shows mud on the production casing and through the intermediate.
But again, that mud is going to be above the hydrocarbon zone, at least 500 feet above the hydrocarbon zone, because we're requiring them to put cement, and we're asking them to evaluate to make sure the cement is 500 feet above the hydrocarbon zone.
If I can, I think I'm hearing, Dr. Williams, you're asking a question, and I'm not sure Rob's quite hearing the question. Let me see if I've got it right. You want to know whether or not we're going to run tests wherever there's cement outside the well that's bonding to the rock, whether we're going to run that just in the production zone, require those tests just there, or say at some other level of cement that is above that production zone, to make sure that that bonding between the formation and the well is competent.
That's why they call it integrity.
That's it.
You have 2 different well logs. One for a typical well log casing that shows 100% cementing. The other one is much more typical, but is not, or should not be, for a frac job. So using these 2 illustrations, we illustrate the point. If you don't know what's happening to the cement between the frac zone and the beneficial waters or the base of fresh water, how can you tell what's happening?
I think
anyway.
I think we take your point, which is not just look at the testing the integrity in the production zone, but also the integrity of the cement anywhere. Got it.
Okay, I think it's time to
Very
move on now.
diligently,
Thank
because
you, Rob.
Sunday morning I couldn't talk at all, so hopefully I'll hold up through the day. If you're following along in the discussion draft of the hydraulic fracturing regulations, we're going to be talking about section 1783, which is kind of going backwards 1 page from where we were. So this section basically details what information the operator is going to supply to not only the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources, but also the Regional Water Quality Control Board, as written right now, at least 10 days in advance of conducting any fracture stimulation job. And the reason we use 10 days is because that's what's currently in statute for operators, basically when they want to submit a notice for any work on a well, as well as drilling a well, they have to submit it to us, you know, essentially at least 10 days in advance, because we have 10 days to act upon that notice. That doesn't mean we always approve them in 10 days. We just have to, within 10 days, either act upon it or let them know that it will take longer than 10 days to act upon it. So that's where the 10-day part of that comes in. The other thing that this section talks about is what we are going to do with the data once we receive it. And right now, as it's written in the draft, is within 7 days, we have to post that information. Now, it's our desire to have some kind of an automated system that, you know, the posting would be much closer in timeline to when we receive it. But right now, this is a discussion draft regulations. We don't really have a data management system to deal with this HF1 and to promptly display it. So it's we've built ourselves some time in there to do it manually, essentially. But hopefully, as these regulations get further down the road and we have a better idea of what this target's going to be, we can start putting some resources on a data management system that will address this, and hopefully we will have a better turnaround. But those are the timelines we have in there right now. The other thing that this section, well, it does a few other things, but the last part of the section, Section E, specifies that if it's a confidential well, then operators are not required, well, they're still required to submit this information to us, but we are not going to be posting that for the public to see. We're not going to the regulations don't get in and don't tread on what is a confidential well and that whole process. That's already well established in statute and regulations. Basically, the regulations just kind of hold with what's there, and that is if it's a confidential well, the operators have the right and the opportunity to withhold information from the public, but not from the division. Also in this section, it requires that the operators give us 24 hours notice before they actually conduct that fracture stimulation job. And that's relatively consistent with how our operations are conducted in the state. We have field engineers on call 24/7 available to go out and look at a variety of activities that are occurring in the oil and gas fields that we are required to witness. And additionally, we have staff out generally during normal office hours doing more routine inspections. But the idea of giving us 24 hours notice is then the division, to the extent that we have the resources to do this, will be out there to witness hydraulic fracture stimulation jobs, to monitor pressures, to watch the operations, as we do now with a number of different operations on plugging abandonment and drilling operations. So as far as the information that's in there, it's a laundry list of 17 items. I mean, a lot of the stuff is pretty evident, you know, who the operator is, what the well is, contact information, where it is, the coordinates on the surface, if it's a directionally drilled well, the coordinates of the bottom hole location, the volumes and pressures of the injection, you know, the anticipated distance of the fractures, and then the evaluations that Rob was talking about. The cement evaluation has to be submitted with this, the fracture radius analysis, and then the fracture treatment. So all of that prior to hydraulic fracturing evaluation information, this is the section that requires it to be submitted to the division in advance of the actual job. So, I mean, that's a basically short summary of what's in this section. Right now, the division doesn't have this kind of requirement in place for hydraulic fracturing stimulation. That doesn't mean we are not regulating wells that are hydraulically fracture stimulated in the state. As you may have heard me say before, the division regulates all wells in the state, including those that are hydraulically fractured stimulated. But since we don't have this kind of requirement, and then as we'll talk about later, some of the, well, it's somewhere, at some point we'll talk about, the post-reporting. It's those elements right now that the division doesn't have in regulations. So if you ask us where every well is in the state that's been hydraulically fractured or is going to be hydraulically fractured, we cannot give you that data. We know those wells are regulated. We know they have to be built to robust standards, but they don't have to provide this information for hydraulic fracture stimulation. Now, industry has stepped up when we asked them a year ago to voluntarily start reporting the frac jobs they had conducted on Frac Focus. They have done that. Last time I looked, I think it was last week sometime. I think there was up to 672 wells was the last number I saw that have been reported on Frac Focus. But in California, yes. And you can go to Frac Focus, and the number's probably changed since last week, but it's fracfocus.org is the website. Anyhow, so this 1783 is the basic notification to the division prior to hydraulic fracturing. So with that, I guess I'll open it up for questions on this section.
Thank you, Tim. Let's start in the back of the room over there.
Hi, this is Tatiana Gar with Los Angeles Waterkeeper Now. I have a question regarding the required information and the notice. For example, general industrial stormwater permittees, which is a kind of a little bit of a different framework, but they also submit a notice of intent for coverage under a permit, and in which we've seen, and it's very beneficial, they list also the water bodies to which there's potential they will discharge or they likely discharge. So we believe in that laundry list that you mentioned with the 17 requirements. There should also be a requirement to list the groundwater that can be potentially affected, or the aquifer, and any surface waters, because that will be very useful for the industry or for the particular company that's drilling, to know where they're discharging or likely discharging.
Okay, so let me see if I capture that. Your comment is that the groundwater basin where the fracture or the well is located, that should be identified in this laundry list?
Not just that. Some of those operations are happening in proximity to surface waters as well. Like, for example, Bayona Creek here, and there's likelihood that when you do hydraulic fracturing, the fluids that are used and stored for reuse or, just treatment can also end up in surface water. They can potentially be discharged. And if you're going to be notifying the regulator or the public of what you're doing there, you should also take into account the impact and the water bodies that you can impact. Each water body, as you probably know, has different water quality standards and different requirements. So you will, for example, in a situation in which there's impaired water body that requires high level of protection, you should also know that this particular fracking operation needs to be subjected to a higher level of scrutiny. And another comment that I also wanted to make, and I just remembered,
well, before
is,
you stop,
sure.
Before you go off of that one, just remind me if we don't later. But later, when we're going to talk about storage and handling of hydraulic fracturing fluids, we're going to talk about the operators have to include that in the spill contingency plan, and that's already in existing regulations. And in existing regulations, in the requirement for the spill contingency plan, it does get into discussion of nearby surface waters and storm drains and things like that. So if I try to remind me if I forget that, if you're still here, and when I speak about that later. But Tim, to some extent, that is somewhat covered.
Tim, if I can follow up on that. In the spill contingency plan, is there a distance that we have to have the operators identifying, riffing on the question here, a surface water source? in terms of, I know we have issues with regard to spills of oil to waters of the state. Is there some sort of distance requirement in the existing spill contingency plans?
They have to report, I'd have to look at it exactly, but there is a distance, I can't remember if it's a mile or a quarter mile. There, it's in the regulations, and I'll look at it between now and when we
My
get back to
comments
that
not
section.
just focus on surface water. I also meant to mention, and did mention groundwater, so groundwater aquifers.
Yeah,
That's
the groundwater, I
also
don't know that we clearly identify anywhere, but okay, I appreciate the comment on that.
Is
So
there-
you had another.
And I want to just follow up one more piece on that. So are you suggesting, say, within a certain distance, surface waters, or again, the groundwater? I know you're also interested in that, knowing which. But
I'm not suggesting at this point within a certain distance. I'm suggesting that they list any, and perhaps a certain distance is going to be helpful.
But to put it in the notification.
But they should put it in the notification,
Okay.
the water bodies that they're likely to affect, whether it's groundwater or surface water. I think that would be very useful.
Okay, thank you.
And my next comment, if I can turn to it, was related to the 10-day notice, which we do think that's completely insufficient. We don't believe in 10 days. Like, let's say the public wants to comment. I mean, realistically, the public only has 3 days to comment on a proposed fracking operation. So we don't think that's in any way going to be helpful. And at least 30 days. That's what we believe will be useful. And I just talk to you from my personal experience. I live right next to the Inglewood oil field. And if you told me that I have 3 days to comment on a particular fracking job that's proposed, I probably would be like, I don't have time. 3 days is not enough time to even like read about it and prepare to comment. And I keep an eye on those things. So I don't think that's enough time.
Okay, thank you for those comments.
Over here.
Thanks, Cassie Siegel, Center for Biological Diversity. This is a really critical area, and there's a number of intertwined issues. So we're talking about who we notify, how we notify them, when we notify them, what we notify them of, and why we're notifying them. And those are a lot of issues, and I think I hear some tension in what I've heard so far this morning in terms of the division is exercising discretion to protect the public from fracking, and yet also hearing, well, we're not making a decision, we're just receiving the form. But for the purposes of my question, I'm just going to assume that the division is making a decision to allow fracking or not to allow fracking through this process. And so you would have California Environmental Quality Act obligations that go along with that. And I would think that at this stage, these processes would be connecting. And so my first question is how, if this is the only form of advance notification, how can the division fully look at the environmental impacts of the fracking? So, for example, people are very concerned about air pollution. And we need to know what air pollution comes along with the well. The South Coast Air District has been very clear. They know there's 3 sources of air pollution from fracking that are new and completely unregulated. So that's the mixing of the fracking chemicals, the silica dust for the proppants, which causes this deadly disease, silicosis, and then if you have the spent fracking fluid sitting for any length of time after it comes back out of the well, that's another source of air pollution. And yet, if the air district isn't notified and the public isn't notified about what chemicals are going to be used to frack the well, we can't evaluate prior to the fracking happening what the environmental issues are. So that's just an example. Of course, we have water, and I do see the water board up there, but not the air board. So why don't I stop there?
Ms. Siegel, let me address your concern about CEQA, first of all, and comment about tension. We have designed this so that there is an opportunity for the operator to submit this information. If we find there is information lacking from the application or improper, we can notify the operator that the application is incomplete. There is not a approval per se in that process. And as for the technical aspects of your question, I'll leave it to someone else to answer that.
Well, my comment would be is the division has specific authority. The division may not be the only entity that is involved with considering operations in oil fields. I'm sure you're aware there's other entities. So some of these concerns you have may be clearly beyond the division's authority. The division is requiring operators to supply information, and that information will be evaluated. But as it's currently written, the division is not issuing an approval for the hydraulic fracturing stimulation jobs. Did that answer your question? At this point in time, I'm not aware. We issue a permit for the construction of the well. I am not aware of any, unless Santa Barbara County potentially is, I'm not aware of any jurisdiction that is specifically issuing a permit just for hydraulic fracture stimulation operations.
Is there some reason that you can't issue? Is there some reason why you can't approve hydraulic fracturing?
We would have to have that codified in regulations. We don't have that yet.
Well, we're doing new regulations right now. Why aren't we requiring?
Well, that's one of the things that we're discussing, that we're having this workshop to take input, and so certainly that's one piece of input we're receiving today.
Okay, back in the back corner.
Yes, my name is Marta Arguello with Physicians for Social Responsibility. So what happens after the 10 days? They can start operation? They can't start operation?
Well, the way the regulations are written, either if they submit the HF1 form along with a notice to rework the well, or drill the well, or re-drill the well, after the 10 days, they would have to have the permit for that operation in hand to do that work, and then the HF would essentially, after the 10 days, essentially we would notify them if we found a deficiency in their analysis, a deficiency in compliance with the regulations, and notify them of that. If they were to continue with after being notified of a deficiency, then they would be basically exposed for civil penalties and orders of the supervisors to stop.
Okay, that sounds like nothing to me, but okay. So my other question is pursuant to the 7-day notice, the receipt of the 7-day notice with Dogger, you said you will post it on the website. That seems woefully inadequate to actually notify communities where this is happening. So will there, we actually believe that there should be a moratorium on this practice given the level of uncertainty and what we do know about its potential harm and all the things that we don't know about its impacts on human health. That said, this notification is woefully inadequate to actually let people know. These operations are often well hidden, and if you haven't lived there for a long time, you won't know that they're happening. And so I would like to see that strengthened, that you go beyond just posting on a website and actually posting on the site and in the where people live, where this is happening.
So, I'm sorry, did you mean to posting on the site, did you mean like a physical place on the ground, or did you mean
On the facility.
on the facility?
On the
Okay.
fence line of the facility.
Okay, thank you
And
for that.
in homes and schools and other facilities nearby.
Okay, thank you
And
for
we
the
have
comment.
back corner over there, please.
Yeah, my name is Patrick O'Rourke. I'm here for Credo. I'm an independent volunteer for nonprofits, and I have 3 questions. First of all, the unique geological structure of California, these fracking operations have happened in other states where the geological structure would allow the low levels of testing and protection. But because of the unique geological structure where we have long fault lines, we're just learning new fault lines, new transference rates of ruptures in the ground. and that they extend far beyond what we thought previously they were, what protections is going to be put in place for California? Because this could travel potentially tens of miles rather than just a quarter mile or a mile. Second question is, in states where this has been done, no pre-testing of water has been groundwater or surface water, so the contamination of those wells, of those aquifers and lakes have meant when they were contaminated, there was no proof that the chemicals contaminated them. And then thirdly, and very importantly, how do we test if we do not know what chemicals are being used? In other states, these chemicals are not permitted to be published because they're so-called industry secrets.
Okay, thank you. I think some of your questions regarding the chemicals and the earthquake issues will be answered in a later section.
Well, the water, that wasn't sufficiently answered before. We need pre-testing of water so then that we have levels so then that we can compare it to. Without that, any testing afterwards is basically it's not useful. It's useless. How do we know if they were contaminated before? We have wells in Santa Monica that are just being barely cleaned up because of the paper-made plant.
It's my understanding that we have entities here in California that do test the wells on a
but
regular basis.
Pre-testing, so then we know what the chemicals were beforehand. What guarantee that those will be in place?
If I may, the Department of Public Health presently tests water wells in California,
Right.
sources of fresh water in California. The State Water Resources Control Board has the responsibility for dealing with other sources of groundwater. We are working with the Water Board on that. We've been in conversations with them on that, and as you may have heard in testimony last week before the Senate Natural Resources and Environmental Quality Committees, lengthy discussion. It's actually online. You could go take a look at it from the Water Board about what they're doing with regard to that. There is pre-testing, again, of public sources of drinking water. I think it's 50 hookups or more, I think is what the threshold is.
Excuse
And
me,
so,
what qualifies as public?
a
sources
source
of
source of public drinking water. I would have to refer you to the Department of Public Health, but there is a great deal of information around the state about that. And when we get into the discussion about trade secrets, Justin will handle the question about, will handle the issue about how we've addressed trade secrets in these regulations. And in a short period of time, sometime before lunch, I'll actually be addressing the question about what I will call the bias for disclosure that we have in these regulations. So to get at those issues, they are going to come up in later sections, but very specifically to get at the question of water testing, there is a baseline of water testing for public sources of public drinking water. And when you start talking about those other water sources, the 3,000 TDF, the things that we define as protected waters, which are the California and the federal standards, that's actually the Water Board, and again, we are working with the Water Board.
All right, so basically nothing's in place yet to pre-test, correct?
Thank you. Let's go back on topic to advance notification to the department before a frac job. Do I have questions related to that back here?
The database for those departments that you mentioned in this report, as
Are you
said,
talking about water resources?
the departments for the CDPH and the other one, the regional board, these two databases, they are, as your colleague mentioned, every situation is unique situation. And those databases are only for drinking water. Do you have any data for oil and gas? Any database for
that's a little bit off topic.
No, you don't. That's topic. Do you have a database for drinking for oil and gas operation?
The division does not have a database for water regarding oil and gas operations. We have
That's the main
databases
point.
regarding oil and gas. Now,
So
the
the
topic
basic-
we're talking about here right now is advance notification to the division regarding hydraulic fracturing jobs. So we want to try to keep it back on topic.
The other topic is that you are the Department of Conservation. That means that your main job is to conserve the environment. And considering this fact that these projects all has money behind here, that's fine.
Well, sir,
That's
do
a
you have a-
capitalistic society.
Do you have
That's
a
good.
suggestion for getting notification to us on those issues?
Yes, sure.
Would you
How-
like to present
my
those?
suggestion is that you are talking about notice. You are talking about receiving some data from some place that does not exist. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you. Over here.
Thanks, Cassie Siegel. Following up on my question, and I think a couple of other people's questions too, the division's charge, part of its basic charge is to prevent damage to life, health, property, and natural resources. And so I think what a lot of us are expressing here is that this advance notification is critical to doing that. And whatever we may have after the well is fracked, that can't substitute for what we do before the well is fracked. And so I think what we're looking for here is full advance notification and full public participation. I would think that would happen concurrently with your CEQA process because that makes the most sense to me. But regardless, I think what we're saying is that we have to get direct notification, we have to get it with enough time to participate, and it has to include the information we need to assess the risks and to participate in that. Because if you have the public needing to go to a website and just see this very limited amount of information up there 3 days before the well is fracked, and there's not a mechanism to participate before the division allows the fracking to go forward, then that feels completely meaningless to people. So I think
I understand where you're coming from. Can you tell us what would be acceptable to you? What would be your solution to this issue?
So yes, so we would suggest that the division greatly expand the information that they seek on the HF1 form, or however you do that. Most notably, that you have to require all of the chemicals that are going to be used to be disclosed during that information gathering process, and then the advance notification happen along with the CEQA process. So you go out with scoping, you have direct notification to all the people that may be impacted, so that's residences, farms, businesses, schools, you know, other sensitive receptors, and they get notice, they get time to participate, you have a full CEQA process, and then after taking that input from the public and from all of the related agencies, that you then make the decision whether it's safe to frack that well or not. That's the kind of process we would like to see, which is very, very different from what's in the current draft.
Thank you for your suggestion. We'll take note of that. Anyone over here?
Thank you. Wendy Phillips, League of Women Voters of California. I wonder if you can help us understand how many NOIs you expect to receive each year. In other words, how many fracking jobs are there going on each year? And what do you anticipate the filing fee will be for that NOI? And will you need a lot of additional staff to review or process these NOIs? And one other question, you're taking a lot of comfort from review by the regional water quality control boards, but what is their organizational capacity to take on a significant new initiative here?
As far as the number of NOIs the division processes a year, I don't have the exact number, but it would be in the neighborhood of around 8,000 to 10,000 NOIs a year. Hydraulic fracturing, as proposed in the regulations, is not an NOI. So it's not one of those. As far as the number of wells that hydraulic fracture stimulated in the state each year, we understand from the data that's available, it's in the neighborhood of about 700 wells a year. Oh, there is no, the way the division processes paper notices, it's not a per notice fee. Our funding is based on an assessment of oil and gas produced. And so there isn't any specific fees for any other activities in the division. Mainly, it's just an assessment on the production. Well, it would take legislation to come up with a different funding source. I mean, our funding, if we needed additional resources, it would be an augmentation of the assessment that's out there now.
The way that we currently have the regulation structured, we think that we can do it within existing resources unless there was an extreme increase in the number of fracking operations we'd have to see. And we've promised the legislature that as we move along, and if we're required to do additional things in the regulations based on what we're finding out, then we would probably have to go back to the legislature and ask for some additional funding, but right now that's not planned.
Tom Williams, Sierra Club. For 1783, A and B, first off, let's do the easy one, B. Will the, in conjunction with the drilling, deepening, or redrilling, include the permit for reworking? Because redrilling and new deepening are usually under the rework permit, notice of intent and permit to rework.
I'm not sure I get your question. Does it include?
Well, there are two basic permits within Dogger, from my understanding. One is for drilling, one is for rework.
Well, the other would be plug and abandon. Plugging and abandonment would be a third.
Plugging and abandonment.
Okay.
But let's go for this. Does redrilling, deepening, isn't that included under reworking? So it'd be
Actually,
drilling and
it's driven by the notice of intent form. The notice of intent form is either to drill, to rework, and rework covers redrill, deepening, or to plug and abandon.
Clarification. Okay, for A, I would request that the proposed coordinates for the bottom of the under item 10 within the notice, or HF1, also include the coordinates and depths of the surface casings, frac stages in the bottom of the hole. Under number, let's say 12, include the depths of the hydraulic fractures that are going to be planned. There's also a matter that under item 15, you have the cement evaluation, but that can only be done after the casing is set, cement's placed, and that means that it's already done. The drilling has already been completed, and it's ready to perforate and to frack. Does that mean that the HF1 will be submitted to Dogger after they've already started drilling the well and or reworking the well, but 10 days before the frack job, but not 10 days before work begins on that well?
Well, these regulations address, let me give you some, I appreciate your comments, but let me give you some clarification here. First of all, these regulations address the situation where the well was drilled 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and now they're going to fracture stimulate.
Okay.
So it has to address that situation. And also, when you drill the well, even you drill and complete a new well, usually you rig down, you move the rig off.
Yeah.
It might be a week or two, it could be 6 months before you actually bring the equipment in and do the fracture stimulation job.
So but the notice to frack, HF1, will only be submitted, I say, 10 days before the frack job, not in relationship to the notice of intent to drill or rework.
Well, if it's to drill or rework, you submit it. If you know when you submit the drill or rework, it's submitted with it. Okay, but yes, obviously, at the point where you haven't drilled the well yet, some of this stuff is not going to be determined until afterwards. So the other question you brought up about some of the additional information in these other sections, I think I mean, we'll look at that, but
Yeah.
just be aware that some of that is going to be included
Yeah.
in the fracture treatment design under number 17. It's-
Yeah, well, under, say 14, anticipated distance of the frac, it should be all of the dimensions because it's not just the distance of the frac.
Okay, thank you very much. That's
just
all
a
we have
second,
time for
two
this
other things.
section.
Under normal notices of intent or permits, you have the base of fresh water. Will you also have base of fresh water and base of protected waters in the notice, or in HF1?
In the HF1 form
Yeah.
that they submit to us?
Will you,
Well-
it's common base of fresh water, but will you also include the base of protected water, or do you consider them to be identical?
Well, it's going to vary well to well. Depending upon where you are in the state.
I'm sorry, that's all we have time for on this topic. We're going to move on to the next one.
The coordinates are currently something that Dogger requires, but what I would like to see Dogger do, if possible, is actually, the only way you actually see where the well is going directionally or horizontally is in the collision report that the contractor has to do for the oil field. But I'd like to see Dogger actually map the bottom hole, top and bottom holes of wells so that we see how far into residential neighborhoods a lot of the reserves actually are. Because a lot of people are only aware when they go by an oil field of the fence line. And in the report that PXP did on ground movement, they only were looking at the ground movement on the inside of that face line as opposed to where the entire reserve is. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move into section 3 now. This is monitoring during and after fracturing operations. I'm going to bring back Rob Habel for this discussion.
Thank you, Marnie. So let's see what we have up here on the bullets here. Okay, continuous monitoring, stop operations due to pressure spike or drop, daily monitoring, and then monthly monitoring for 5 years. Okay, so let's, first of all, I want to apologize. As when I spoke last time, I said we were going to talk about the surface equipment. Another section we are, although it was in the pre-evaluation that kind of gave me an idea that maybe we need to kind of move some stuff around. Even though the same material would be in the regulations, we may need to move that a little differently. So basically we're kind of getting into the monitoring during and after the hydraulic fracking operations. So as I mentioned in my section before, is the operators do some modeling to figure out how the hydraulic fracking is supposed to go. And it's very extensive. They're looking at permeability, porosity, thickness of beds, distance, the perforations, all this information. And through this modeling, you have to realize that when they first do a hydraulic fracking job in a field, they do some modeling and there's a lot of unknown. And with each frac job after that, they get more and more information. And so they get a pretty good handle on what's going to occur. And so when they have the modeling, they have a pretty good idea of what kind of pressure it's going to take to actually frac the formation and get the fluid away. And so they have these parameters and have it pretty well mapped out. And as they're doing the hydraulic fracking operation, they're monitoring all the information, all the pressures, the flow rates, how well things are going on. And if something comes up that's different than what they anticipated, they need to be able to identify what's causing that. And if you look at our document, we have some information here that if it exceeds certain criteria, they're supposed to shut in right away and evaluate what the heck's going on. So what they're looking at is they're going to continuously monitor, not only the pressure, and again, like I said before, there are things that we have control over and things the operator doesn't have total control over, but we're monitoring all that stuff. And so if something that's outside of our control meaning the industry, and Dogger, as we're regulating this, if it's outside of the parameters, then we're going to shut things down. And so we're looking at the surface pressure, the slurry rate, the proppant concentration. So, you know, as you're pumping, there has to be a certain flow rate. They need to know the consistency of the fluid because it has to be viscous enough so that it can carry the proppant material. And also it can't be too thin, so to speak, so that you're losing the water into the formation. So they're monitoring all this as it's going in, and you're looking at the fluid rate and also the pressures. And so as they're doing the job, they're monitoring all these parameters that are listed in 1785 and making sure that there isn't anything that's out of the ordinary. And so we do list in here that the hydraulic operation will cease if certain things occur, and we list those right down there. So basically we're looking if there's any breach if the pressure should drop off significantly, we probably have a breakthrough. If it doesn't, if it all of a sudden goes way up, something's plugged, something's not flowing as it should be. We're also looking at the casing and the annulus, as we've discussed a lot in here, to make sure that perhaps if something is breaking down some other place, perhaps if they're fracking through tubing and packer, or even to the casing, because in those rare cases where something may happen, the operation would, with the casing, the operation would shut down immediately. So that's what they're supposed to be doing during the operation. Before I go on to afterwards, does anybody have any questions about that or concerns regarding what we're monitoring during the fracking operation?
Back there in the corner, please.
Hi, Katie Allen, concerned citizen. How many employees do you have that actually do this monitoring? Are there 600, so you have one per fracking operation, or a few here and there?
So let me address this. First of all, if you read the regulations, we're not going to be out there witnessing the operations of the fracking. The operator's monitoring this. We potentially would have some staff going out there and spot checking these operations. Inspectors that we have vary from district to district. We have different size districts and different volume of activity in different districts. And we cover a host of operations that we do witness and require when we're issuing permits to drill, for example. We test blowout prevention equipment. When we issue plug and abandonment permits, we witness the location hardness of certain plugs. Since there's no permit required for the fracking, we wouldn't be required to witnessing operations.
Rob, I actually need to break in right there. The regulations very specifically require that an operator give us 24 hours notice prior to hydraulic fracturing. I don't mean to contradict you, but I don't want the audience to go off on a misunderstanding about what the regs actually, as proposed, do. We are required by these regulations to have 24 hours notice of the hydraulic fracturing operations so that we have the opportunity to send a field engineer out to witness the operation. It's spelled out right in the regs. We modeled it on the blowout prevention equipment testing that we already do, and Rob or Tim could speak to the question of how often do we actually get out and deal with the blowout prevention testing and witness it at whatever point you want to do that.
I don't have numbers off the top of my head, but I can tell you the division's out witnessing thousands of operations every month. So you're talking about 600, 700 frac jobs in a year. For us to be out there to witness these operations, it's not a huge increase in our field staff level. I assure you, 700 is way less than 5% of what we see in a year.
Excuse me, on the screen, it says daily monitoring, 30 days after HF.
That's for the operator to do.
The operator.
They have to keep a log and provide that.
And just for some clarification on the monthly monitoring for 5 years, actually we're monitoring what's going on much longer than 5 years. 5 years is just that they have to save that data specifically related to the hydraulic fracking. You know, we monitor the production of wells forever and we record that. What's referring in this last 5 years is that just specifically to the hydraulic fracking operations, they're supposed to maintain that documentation for 5 years if you read the regulation. But the overall production data, we're looking at that and we record that and save that forever.
Yeah, we get reports from the operators monthly on their production, their water use and disposal, all of that kind of stuff.
The base of monitoring during and after fracturing operations.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
The base for monitoring during and after fracturing operations, as I understand, is a model, software or model that you have, right?
So, I mean, the operator themselves are looking at the hydraulic fracking. They have a model of what they anticipate to occur. And that's sort of what their baseline is, so to speak, what they're anticipating. And if the numbers start coming back that are different than that, then we're asking them, and they are already, monitoring that very carefully and figuring out what's going on. And when it exceeds the threshold, they stop and say, we need to...
That's what I... Okay, so there is a model, a software, that based on that, you compare what the result is with the model output. And then if something is out of the range, then you find out what the cause of that problem is.
Correct.
Oh, okay. If it is is the model public, or is the model public, or that's only for your division?
Well, I don't think they're going to give us necessarily the software. They're going to give us the data that they came up with, and then
No, the model itself.
Well, I believe that's in the data required in the HF1. I believe that they are supposed to send us basically what the model is, and part of that is they need to supply that to identify when we're saying the fracking distance. That's part of the modeling, and they need to identify to us saying we anticipate these fractures to go 500 feet. We need to look at that model, so it has to be submitted to us so we can say, okay, we agree that it looks like it's going to go 500 feet. Thereby, we're now looking at twice that distance, 1,000 feet around the frac. So yes, that data does need to be submitted to us.
All the factors, as you said, the porosity, the depths, everything that the operator measures, then you compare with the model. It's some kind of a model.
Well, yes, that information
that
has to
model.
be submitted in the model in order for them to get that distance as far as the porosity and permeability.
What's the name of that model?
Well, I think there's several different type of models out there. There's not just one model.
So you mean that for each place, for each well, for each project or job, there is a computer model available, or that's a general one that everybody could use it as a standard?
Right. It's sort of like if you're going to build a house, you're not going to build a house without plans. You need to have plans of how it's going to go, and so they do have a plan of how the hydraulic fracking operation is going to occur. And again, we're going to look at those plans just like this, the building inspector, to make sure that before you build a house, this meets our standards. So, and again, there's not just one model. There's different types of models.
I will talk to you later. Thank you.
Over here. Here first.
Okay. Tom from Sierra Club. Okay, for 1785, under A5, it says all annuli pressures. Does that mean every annulus will be pressure monitored on a continuous basis? All.
Yes. If, again, I believe it says if it's open in the atmosphere, if it's not, there should be a gauge. Correct.
During the frac. So.
Right, during the fracking operation, you're saying, right?
Okay. Then under B2, any casing string in communication with the hydraulic fracturing treatment. That again goes back to production casing only?
If they're fracking through the production casing, yes.
Yeah.
Because the other casing shouldn't be exposed to the fracking treatment.
Okay. Final question. Will all of these monitoring records be submitted to Dogger, and will they be publicly available?
If they're submitted to Dogger, they will be publicly available. I'm not sure exactly if the regulations require them to submit this or not.
I hope it's in digital form.
I hope it's in digital form too.
Okay.
All right, back over in this corner.
Couple of hours. How often will be the? How long will the monthly monitoring be? And will it be done like after? How about a guarantee that that a work stoppage and they don't take advantage of that? There's no emission now, or there's a reduced emission or likelihood of emission, that they take advantage to submit monitoring at that time rather than during a heavy production period.
So let me see if I understood. When you said emissions, are you talking about air emissions?
I'm talking about all emissions, whether there's linkage of any fluids or anything. You say monthly monitoring is extremely vague.
So
It could be a couple of minutes worth of monitoring to a couple of days. It could be after work stoppage or during a heavy production. So the variables on these fluids, emissions of any kind of contaminants into the atmosphere, water, whatever, or cracking of a cement plug or whatever you call it. These could happen at any time and no one would know.
So what we're talking about is the daily monitoring. We're really looking at the production stream to see what's going. First of all, we don't have anything to do with the air emissions. That would be handled by the local air board. As far as we're looking at the fluids being produced to see if there's anything unusual with. Okay. Do you have recommendations on that we should add to our regulations of how we would modify that requirement? So I. So as I mentioned before, these aren't going to be carved in stone. We can change the regulations, do another rulemaking if we need to modify it, and all absolutely. And I think there's a. And I think there's a good chance that we may do that as we go through this, because we're still learning a little bit as well. We'll look into that and see how we can kind of modify that. At the same time, I encourage anybody that has suggestions on how to increase that monitoring. I mean, the scenario that you were giving me, if we said perhaps we're going to monitor for 60 days, what would prevent somebody from not doing anything in the well for 60 days or 90 days or 120 days? Right. I mean, so I mean, we Right. So the idea is that all this information is going to be public, and so we will look into ways of modifying that. At the same time, please, if you have some other ideas, submit them to us on how to monitor that. And again, these regulations, may change. I mean, not only these that we're looking at right now, but even something that we go through the rulemaking process. If there's other issues that are come up and challenges that we have that need to be addressed, we will modify the regulations to address that. So I give you a commitment. We will look into maybe how we would maybe reword that and requirements, maybe something more performance-based. But I would hope that anybody that has any suggestions, please submit those to us so that your concerns are heard as well.
And as to your concerns regarding emissions, if you're talking about things other than air emissions, we're having a Section 6 that's storage and handling of fracking fluids. I think some of your questions might be answered there regarding that issue, okay? Back there?
Hi, Becky Hua from Los Angeles Waterkeeper. We feel like there's some inconsistency in the language under Section 1785 that I'm hoping you can clarify for us. So subsection B says the operator shall terminate hydraulic fracking operations if any of the following events occur under that section. Then subsection C goes on to say that if any of the events under subsection B occurs, the operator shall perform diagnostic testing, and if the testing reveals that a breach has occurred, only then shall the operator immediately, quote unquote, shut in the well. But my question is, doesn't subsection B say the operator should have already terminated the fracking operations before the testing, or does shutting in the well have a different meaning than terminating fracking operations?
Very good eye. So the shutting in the fracking operation is the frack job itself. Shutting in the well would mean you're no longer producing it. So if let's say you do the frack job and you start producing the well, and you determine there's a breach in the well, then we're going to shut the well and you're not even going to produce it. It's going to be shut in until we identify what the problem is and then remediate that problem. So those are two different terms. One is to stop the hydraulic fracking operation. Then the next greater level is to actually shut the well in so it's not producing.
Back here. Use the microphone, please.
Yes.
Follow my own advice.
My suggestion about general hydraulics fracturing requirements is to add one more statement, and the statement should include that in case when they are fracturing, something happens to any kind of other resources like aquifer, drinking water wells, or anything that happens, the company has the responsibility to remediate what has been done.
Okay. We could do that. I think normally, and I don't know if legal wants to jump in or not, but I believe that the remediation of an aquifer typically is not handled by the Division of Oil and Gas, but would be the Regional Water Quality Control Board that would then be responsible to make sure any remediation
I mean
for
at
the
the
aquifer.
cost of the operator, not that, the money should be paid by the operator who does it.
Yeah, so the idea is that normally, again, we don't normally address the remediation itself of a zone. I think that's handled through the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they have a mechanism for how they get funding for that. It's not really under our jurisdiction.
1782, that you're talking about all the requirements for the fracturing 1782.
I'm sorry, which number?
1782.
Okay.
You mentioned everything. Now, another statement is required, and the statement should be that remediation responsibility during the test is on the company that is or has the operator or whoever owns it. I understand the other departments' remediation, they do it. But if you, I mean, that's theirs. But the cause of the problem is by the operator. So operator should fix it.
So we'll have to go back and look at that and check with legal to figure out if we have authority over that or not. And some of that may need to be put in statute if necessary, or if another agency has that, that's something that we will look at. I mean, obviously, Division of Oil and Gas doesn't have the funds to remediate it. It would have to be the operator, but the mechanism to do that.
Only a statement, or a statement. That's
well, we could make a statement. I'm assuming we can make a statement of it, but whether we
to make it clear that if you did it, you are responsible to fix it.
Excuse me, let me stick my nose in here because I do the legislation part of the side of things, but we can't take on authority that the legislature has not granted to us initially. So we need to speak with our legal folks to see if we have authority to put something like that in here, or if we have to go to the legislature to have them give us authority to do that. Okay?
Thank you.
Back there in the corner, please.
So, go ahead. I'm going to put you on hold just for a second, but I'm going to give it to her. I'm going to talk. So I just want to let you know when I said during the fracking operation, during and after, if you, because we really don't get into what's happening during. Know that when we're talking about in this section, it's during and afterwards. We're making sure that the numbers are all the same across the board, and that there isn't some sort of spike that's going on, because that spike or something that falls outside of those numbers would then indicate a potential problem that then we would have to look into and address.
Tatiana Garwood, LA Waterkeeper again. So I have a question. What if the operator sees all these problems and doesn't do anything, does not stop fracking? What happens? Is there any penalty? Is there any repercussion? I mean, for all we know, I don't know how long fracking goes on. Each operation, I imagine it's different depending on the conditions, but they may be done by the time you get all the monitoring.
Right. So we have in place the ability to issue civil penalties up to $25,000 if we find someone who's non-compliant, and there is a process they're going through to issuing civil penalties. As with any operations, not only for hydraulic fracking, but anything that's going on in the oil field, we have engineers out on a regular basis spot checking all sorts of operations. And if we find something that's not in conformance, we contact the operator and make sure they're back into compliance. And at the same time, depending on the situations, we could issue civil penalties, and we do issue civil penalties, depending on the situation. So if we should find out something is not in compliance with the regulations or statutes, we would take action against the operator.
Just to add to that, in addition to that authority, we also have the authority to order them to stop or order them to do something, and we can do that as an emergency order. So we could, pretty quickly get the message out to them. If you continue to do this, we can essentially take charge of the well. We could have people thrown in jail even. So we have pretty broad authority.
Okay, let's go over here.
I'd just like to know if you have any information about how many penalties of $25,000 you have already assessed on any operators in the state of California, or any persons who have been put in jail due to defying the regulations or misrepresenting their operations.
We don't have any information on that at this time.
Do you gather that information?
Oh, well, certainly we do.
Do you make it public?
Yes, we can.
Good. Want to see it soon.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Martin Hernandez. I'm Chief of Staff to Ventura County Supervisor Kathy Long. First, I want to thank you for holding this today. So a couple quick questions. Why is the test data available to the public and not the monitoring data? That's kind of curious why you haven't made both of those available. If the test data is going to be made available, why is not the... And let me go ahead and give you my second question so that, and I'll be happy to repeat them. The second one is, you just answered a little bit of that with the civil penalties, but I think the public, what I'm hearing, is confused down up in our district about the perception of enforcement, okay? And so when I hear today about this being simply HFI or NOI that's submitted to DOGGR for review to make sure that they meet standards, but there's no permit issued, what nexus does DOGGR have to cease and desist operations, any of those kind of enforcement actions if there's no actual permit that's being violated? I mean, you've got the information, that's great, and I understand resources are shy and there's not a lot of on-field inspections going on, but so basically the question is, where's the nexus to enforcement by DOGGR if these operators are violating? And the first one is, of course, why is not the monitoring data being available to the public as well?
Okay, so first of all, if it's submitted to us, the monitoring data, it would be available to the public, but I think you're really asking why is it not posted on our website? Okay. That's not in the regulations, but we can take that under consideration and as we're going through and rewriting some of these regulations. And so if I get that right, you want to make sure that monitoring data during and or after, you would like that to be posted on the website?
I think that should be made available to the public. I mean, otherwise, where are they going to make the request other than a public records request? And for those people who just like to go online and monitor these things on a regular basis, some of these NGOs, I think it would be of more value of their time and your time instead of having to respond to all these public request acts all the time.
That would be helpful. Okay, so
if I can on the enforcement question, the Division of Oil and Gas has been touched on a number of enforcement authorities, some pretty broad and some pretty severe actually. They also have clear authority to take enforcement action with regard to their own statutes and regulations. So any violation of the regulations could be a basis for any of the enforcement actions that are already in statute on the books, regardless of what permitting or licensing is laid out in regulation.
And I appreciate that, but I guess, for the general public, I'll just, speaking for them, that, unless they attend one of these, they're not going to know that. So, and there's only 3 that I'm aware of. So if there's some way that could be either preempted or in italics in the regulations somewhere so that the public has that comfort level knowing that there is the ability that they do have the enforcement, their regulatory authority with the enforcement action as well, might help with some comfort level.
Yeah, that's certainly something to look at, or at least a more developed public outreach on the enforcement question.
Back there? How about over here?
Thank you. Oh, you're going to hold it. Okay, thank you. I'm Council Member Megan Sally Wells from Culver City. Hello again. I'm encouraged to see that regulations are being formed. I know the city of Culver City has asked DOGGR and the governor of California to ban fracking until we prove that there's been, until we can put some decent protections into place. And to piggyback on what the supervisor's staff member just said, in terms of real-time monitoring, I would call it even crowdsourcing. I think that it would be incredibly helpful to have all of this information online in real time, a webcam, seismic monitoring, air quality, water quality monitoring that would be with each frac job would have to be in place before, during, and after, available to the public 24/7. Now that I am a council member, I deeply understand that all of our government resources are incredibly tight. We will never have enough people to have all eyes everywhere they need to be at all times. But through some of the technologies we have, I think we can do that by using, all of us who are here, all of us who are throughout the state, and in fact anywhere in the world. As many of you know, Culver City is right next to and partly in the largest urban oil field in the United States. Without these protections, I feel like my people are greatly in danger. Thank you.
And back here now, please. This is a suggestion. We're taking all of those into account, and I can't tell you yay or nay today because all of these require resources and logistics. We will certainly take the suggestions into consideration. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Steiner. I'm a Los Angeles resident and a mother of two. I've been an environmentalist since 1970. And I've seen nothing but bad come out of this, whether it's Love Canal, whether it's the Exxon Valdez, whether it's BP oil spill, whether it's people being able to light their water on fire in upstate New York. This discussion of HFI subsection 5A sounds frankly very Kafkaesque to me. We can no longer afford to drill for every last piece of fossil fuel under the ground in increasingly dirty and unsafe ways. We need to be making a transition to clean energy sources such as coal, oh my God, what a Freudian slip, such as solar and wind and biomass. And we need to work on energy conservation. We need to work on energy efficiency.
All right.
And this is crazy. Now let me just finish. The indigenous peoples of our world know how to live as one. Man is not master of nature. Man is just one of the many species in nature. And until we get over that
Can we cut this mic off, please?
we are going to destroy our ability to sustain human life on this planet. So I think we need to be
If I may.
I'm sorry, but that does not address the section of this regulations we're talking about right now.
Excuse me. One of the things that we agreed when we started to have this workshop was that we were going to behave in a civil manner. One of the things that we set up in this workshop is an entire section to discuss things that are not part presently of that discussion draft. We are not saying here that our discussion draft encompassed every consideration that possibly could have been put into place with regard to the practice of hydraulic fracturing. And so we have set up a very orderly process where during the day we have a section to bring up issues like, if we would like to discuss energy policy, we can talk about energy policy. If someone would like to talk about the ban of fracking, we're absolutely going to deal with the question of why these regulations don't include a ban on fracking. But what's not in the regulations is very specifically the subject of section 7 of the agenda. And I would respectfully request that we stay on the agenda, else this conversation will descend, quite frankly, out of control.
Thank you. Who'd like to speak next? All right, over here.
Thank you. Todd Cardiff again. I'd like a clarification on whether the monitoring data pursuant to the regulations must be supplied to the division, because it looks like it's only made available to the division upon request. And it sounds like at least Supervisor Long would want it automatically submitted to the division. The other thing is regarding well casing failures. It appears that data from other states and Canada that well casing failures within the first year happen to about 5% of the wells, and I was wondering what's the record in California, and whether we're expecting essentially 5% of the fracked wells to fail within the first year.
So first of all, the comment about how you'd like that to be required for monitoring, that's something we'll take under advisement. As far as the number of wells that have damage associated to hydraulic fracking in the
Just in general first, on conventional drilling, do we have a 5% failure, which would be consistent with other states in Canada, or not?
You know, I really don't know. I do know that certain fields and certain conditions have a higher rate than others, but I don't have any numbers to provide you at this point on. We haven't done any analysis to find out what the average and, you know, how many wells have casing failures. That's something, you know.
Are we aiming for less under hydraulic fracking? I mean, are we expecting 5% or not?
I mean, I would hope that we don't have any casing failures. That's the intent of having the regulations and ensuring it. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about what's going on in other states to find out why they're having those casing failures. I would need to know what's causing that. And until I know what the cause, I can't really come up with a plan of how we would address that. I mean, our plan is we don't want any well to have any casing failure. We're doing everything possible so they don't have that. So again, without knowing what's going on in the other states and without having the numbers, it's really difficult to answer that at the moment.
I'd like to submit a study, by the way. I don't need a microphone for this. I'd just like to study provide a document that discusses the well casing failures and the studies concerning those well casing failures.
Is that in a particular state or nationwide?
It was Canada and was this particular study that I looked at. So.
Okay, well, we have a copy of it. We'll take a look at that.
Got time for one more question?
I had a comment. Isn't some of that information or data about casing failures sometimes shown in areas of review that you require the operator under the underground injection control program? I mean, couldn't you kind of take some of that data that exists already and crunch it?
Well, right, but unfortunately, our database right now doesn't identify well by well which ones had casing failures. So when we do an area review, for example, we identify those wells and make sure they remediate those or they can't inject in that area, but we don't maintain that in a database to do a quick sort. That's something that we'd like to do in the future, but we haven't done that at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's the end of that section, and now we'll go on to the final section of the morning. This is disclosure of materials used in fracking fluid, and I'm going to turn the mic over to our Chief Deputy Director, Jason Marshall.
Okay. First, I need to correct one oversight. When I was doing introductions earlier today, I forgot to introduce Emily Reeder, who is also here with Dogger. Anyway, wanted to get that out of the way and probably embarrass her a little bit. Required public disclosures. The proposed discussion draft starts with a bias towards disclosure. The supposition is that after the operation has been hydraulically fractured, that the operators will use fracfocus.org as a means of disclosing to the public, the world, where the well was fractured. I'll get to the details. Where the well was fractured, what depth, etc. And again, I'll go through those. The exception to that is then when you either A, are dealing with a confidential well, and we can talk about what confidential well status means under existing law, or if you are exercising a trade secret, and I'm going to touch on that, but I'm going to let Justin deal with the question of the trade secret provisions. The reason we put that provision about trade secrets in there, however, is because we have to recognize that it is current law. The Uniform Trade Secret Act does exist. So we're recognizing it, and again, Justin will deal with that question. So what information needs to be disclosed? The well, the operator's name, the date that the hydraulic fracturing operation took place, what depth, the lat long, the well API number, as well as well name, the productive zone into which the hydraulic fracturing operation took place, meaning that layer in the formation where the oil is. The chemical names, the CAS numbers, and the concentrations of the chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing, as well as what's the purpose of these chemicals. So is it a proppant, or was it a biocide, some sort of antibacterial? Trade names, suppliers, descriptions of the purposes, as I mentioned that, the total volumes of fluids used, and the disposition of the carrier fluids, and one other piece I'll mention, any radiological tracers that were used. If they were used, what were they? The information would be posted on Frac Focus. Frac Focus is a current, it's a current website where operators can post information about hydraulic fracturing operations. Presently, prior to the regulation, we have had voluntary reporting. With this regulation, reporting becomes mandatory. The Groundwater Protection Council is the agency that has created Frac Focus. The GWPC is actually a body of regulators. There have been criticisms saying the GWPC is an industry-funded or industry group. It is not. Tim Kustic, our oil and gas supervisor, actually sits on the GWPC. The question about whether Frac Focus can satisfy California's data needs. Initial versions of Frac Focus had some problems with searchability in terms of people's ability to get at the information. There is a version 2.0 that is coming out, if it has not already, and discussions, as I understand them, and Tim could speak to them in more detail, about subsequent revisions as well. If Frac Focus does not work for us, if we have needs that we identify as we go through this process, or if we adopt the regs at the end and we're using Frac Focus and it's not satisfying those needs, at that point we would, and this is not spelled out in the regs, but it is our intent, we would at that point undertake the process of building our own. Big question, why don't you just build one yourself right now? Frac Focus is off the shelf. If you would like to talk a little bit about how long it takes in state government to build a system like this, I have some personal experience from another department. We're talking 5 to 7 years, minimum. So we start with the assumption we will use the off-the-shelf public reporting capability, and if it doesn't meet our needs, take a look at building our own. But the alternative of simply having no disclosure during the period of time that it would take to build that system, not acceptable. So that is the disclosure piece. I left one important part out. All of that information needs to be posted within, by the regs, 60 days following the hydraulic fracturing operation. That's the overview of what that section does, and throw it up to questions.
Back here?
Hi, Nathan Alley with the Environmental Defense Center in Santa Barbara, and I'm just wondering if you're going to require any sort of retroactive reporting on Frac Focus, and I ask because we're aware of at least 2 wells that have been fracked in our county, and they're not reported on Frac Focus currently, so we know that it is not entirely accurate. I understand that you'll be requiring, once the regulations are promulgated, advanced reporting, but it's useful for us to know this historic data, especially with some of these other provisions, monitoring, et cetera, looking for old wells and where they might interact with new drilling. So if you haven't thought about it already, something to consider, and if you have thought about it, let us know.
That's a good thought. Thank you.
Back over there?
long time for the public to wait to find out about the chemicals that were used.
Did we model that on other states?
Yes.
It was modeled on other states, but if we wanted to, if the sense was do 30 days, we can take a look at that.
They could do it even before they've done it. And they could report before they've done it. Why wait?
The question came up earlier about the advance notice, and this is one of the things that we would need to take a look at is, I think one of the commenters suggested something about in the advance notice actually spelling out the chemicals that are going to be used. This is one of the things that when it came up, I thought, well, wait a minute. We do need to take a look at that and the practice of how hydraulic fracturing is done. For instance, under the way we're envisioning this, where you have a notice to us prior to the operation with all of the information that's presently there, plus maybe some other things that we've picked up today, that is of a general nature, with the exception of the actual point of where the hydraulic fracturing operation is going to go on. The question becomes one of whether it is how much of an issue would it be for the operator to know in advance when they file the HF1. Do they know what the chemical is that's going to be used? I'll give you an example. An operator who is going to contract with somebody, say a Schlumberger or a Halliburton or a Baker Hughes, whoever's going to do the work, they may not know at the time that they say, I want to fracture this well, what chemical or slew of chemicals would be used by that company. So it's a balancing question as to whether we can get that information, how far in advance can we get that information relative to the practice, how much of a burden is it? Is it a burden? Does it matter if it's a burden to get that information? So we're looking at that question.
So I was wondering who funds Frac Focus, because from my understanding, it's actually the oil companies themselves. So if we're talking about monitoring, how can we ask the industry that for reasons of being banned in New York and Virginia, I'll spare you guys the details you already know. And I'm also a Culver City resident, so I'm very, very concerned, and knowing that there has been a leakage from the fracking in 2006, which did cause a condominium complex to evacuate. And I mean, we're talking about elderly children being rushed to the hospital. When this is the real life issues, how can we depend on Frac Focus to regulate itself when it's funded by the oil companies?
Frac Focus is funded by dues from member states. So one could argue, well, but Dogger is funded by the oil companies. The reality is the oil industry does not direct GWPC. Regulators of state agencies and the feds, I believe, there's a federal agency on there as well. Is there not?
The Department of Energy paid for part of the.
Sorry, Department of Energy paid for it. But the short answer to your question is states pay for GWPC. The other question, or the other answer to you about the disclosure, as I mentioned in the beginning, we don't have an existing disclosure system set up. And to build one ourselves is a 5 to 7 year process. We're erring right now on the side of getting disclosure. We're erring on the side of getting the information out now with an existing reporting system. And if it proves inadequate, then we will develop our own. I'm sorry, was a follow-up question? I couldn't hear you.
Where are you guys testing it then to monitor it? That doesn't make sense. You're saying it takes 5 to 7 years to know if it's safe. Why?
No, I'm sorry. 5 to 7 years to build a system, not a fracking.
To regulate?
No, build a system for public reporting, a public database.
Okay.
When you talk about building this kind of a database, I don't want to belabor this, but I will, so you understand. We have to go through a whole litany of processes for identifying what do you want the database to look like, and then ending up with project managers, and you have to put all of this out to bid. It's government contracting, putting it all out to bid. Going through that process, then going into the development, then going into the testing of it. The model of it would be the Division of Recycling Integrated Information System, which is tedious to anybody except a recycler in the state of California. where you have independent parties, businesses, in the case of Doris Recyclers, in the case of a Frac Focus, or a model that we might build with the oil operators. These people inputting data into a state system, so you have to deal with security questions, you have to deal with verification, validation questions. All of these things have to get built into that computing system. All of that takes time. We start with the supposition that we have something that's available to us now for disclosure to the public. If it proves to be inadequate, then we go down that path of that 5 to 7 year building process for a disclosure tool.
In the back room.
I have 3 quick points, 2 of which are just questions, and I apologize if they're naive, but I have no idea what this means. What does it mean after cessation, 60 days after cessation of the hydraulic fracking? Is that when they close down the well and go somewhere else? What is 60 days after the fracking? Then I have 2 other quick points.
The 60 days after the cessation of hydraulic fracturing. Hydraulic fracturing is a limited time activity. Days, hours of time during which pressure is applied to the formation. When that stops, that's when the 60-day clock starts.
And who times that?
What's a very
They
good question.
tell you when it stops?
Well, the date that it happens.
But how do you know when that is? How do those who are regulating know when that time is?
They have to give us 24 hours notice in advance of the actual operation by the regulations.
Which will tell you beginning and end of it.
It will tell us when they start. And then if they go 4 hours, if they go 4 days, that would then be the cessation.
So they determine the cessation.
Yeah,
and
the
then
amount of time,
and
the
then
amount
they
of time,
have 60 days.
the amount of time that
from
it takes
each
for the hydraulic fracturing operation to take would be the operator's decision, not ours.
One other quick question. On, this says operators are not required to post information to the Chemical Disclosure Registry if a well is not public record. Why is there a well that is not public record?
Confidential well status. I mentioned that. Confidential well status is a provision that exists in current law that allows an operator, when they drill a well usually into a new formation, when they drill a well, they don't want to have to disclose certain details like production rates, how much fluid is coming out of there. It's a provision of existing law that Tim could probably talk a little bit more to, but the whole idea of it is to say, when you found something, you don't want to necessarily have to disclose the volume of the fluids. Now, what you do have to disclose to Dogger is all of the information. We just can't release it. So we can tell you where the well is, but we can't tell the public. We know, but we can't tell the public the flow rates because the well has applied for, the operator has applied for confidential well status, and now the information is sequestered inside Dogger, and that's a two-year time frame.
One more quick point. When you were
Pardon me? Confidential well status is the term of art, and it is found in the existing Public Resources Code and our regulations. We can get a citation for you. 3234 of the Public Resources Code.
One more quick point. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
When you were speaking about the companies not knowing in advance about the chemicals, but why do we have to, seems to me that it's your job to regulate them and tell them they have to tell you before they start, and then they will.
The balancing question that I was getting at is one of when the operator files the HF1, he or she may not already know who they're going to contract with. If that's what you're suggesting, I take your suggestion. I take your suggestion.
Okay, up here.
So do those who use fracking chemicals, would they otherwise have to take these chemicals to a Class 1 toxic dump site?
Do you mean after production during the flowback?
I mean, before it's injected, aren't these toxic chemicals from various industries which otherwise have to spend a decent penny to dispose at a Classic 1 toxic chemical dump site?
It would really depend upon the chemical. the reason I asked the clarification
Well,
question.
give us the chemicals, we can figure it out.
When I made the clarification about whether you were talking about before or after hydraulic fracturing, all of the chemicals that come back up are considered class 2 fluids. So there's special handling requirements for those, and we deal with that in the form of injection control programs, separate animal from fracking. But class 2 produced fluids are either in general here, 3 main categories. About 70% of them are re-injected into oil formations for enhanced oil recovery. About 25% of them or so are disposed of in wastewater wells, so deep injected. And about 5% of them are treated. If they're treated, they're subject to, I believe it's Water Board, might be DTSC, Department of Toxic Substance Control rules. But class 1, I'm not even familiar with the class 1 categorization.
Well, if there's some random occurrence of 596 chemicals, could you toss that at Sunshine Canyon, or would you have to take it up to Kern or Kings County?
The hazardous chemicals, when they leave the oil field, I think they then become the property of, or under the jurisdiction of DTSC, don't they?
I believe as waste substances. But again, if it's injected as a class 2 fluid,
Before you mess with the ground and all, those 596 or thousands, or are there 596 or thousands?
I don't know, sir. I don't know the total number of different chemical constituents that could be used in hydraulic fracturing.
Also,
it could
there's
range
the
everywhere from
regulation-
guar gum to walnuts to various hydrocarbons.
The profiteers should have to drink the cocktail beforehand.
I understand somebody actually has.
We'll take that suggestion under advisement.
Yeah. Right here?
I had a question about the database issue or argument. Dogger has just gone over to a new database for electronic records for all the wells. Isn't there some way that a module or even that database itself could be used for the disclosure of chemicals used? I mean, is it so specific that that it can't include a new module that would include that information?
It's an entirely different animal. It truly is an entirely different animal. Yep.
Even with PDF documentation?
Yes, sir. An entirely different animal. Getting to the place where we were able to do the kinds of things that people want us to be able to do in terms of searchability, in terms of aggregating data. These are things that Frac Focus is moving in the direction of, but if they can't get there and we have to move there, building those kinds of capacities is going to take that kind of an investment in time and money.
A good question. 2 questions. Now, the Frac Focus database does not include historical data. As a resident of Culver City, I'm talking about the Inglewood oil field. We know there have been multiple frac jobs done at the oil field. Is there any work towards getting the historical data in there? And my second question, just to piggyback, now the frac, there also seems to be a threshold as to what is reported. Now, at the Inglewood oil field, they do high volume gravel packs. These have not shown up in the database. I was wondering if you could address why there hasn't been shown up in the database.
To the degree that some practice that occurs in a field meets that definition of hydraulic fracturing, and a high volume gravel pack might, then it would have to be reported on Frac Focus. As to your initial question, there is actually a suggestion came earlier in the conversation about having historic data, and it's something that we can look at. Obviously, some questions about whether that becomes the sum total of all of the fracking, or whether that's even a concern. I mean, compelling post-notification of something that happened 1, 2, 3 years ago, that data may be less perfect than future information, where we have required notices to Dogger, knowing when these things are going to happen. But getting the information is, when the original suggestion came in, seems logical relative to them being able to know, okay, where in the state has this happened, such that if there was some evidence in the future of a contamination, that you would be able to go back and identify a potential source of that contamination be able to identify whether it was fracking caused or something else.
The table up back there, please.
You mentioned earlier that that the chemicals are protected under trade secrets, but from my understanding, those trade secrets, if there's a specific formula or number of chemicals used in a specific way. Since you mentioned just recently that it would depend on what set of chemicals they used at the specific fracture point, that is actually not true, because then it becomes a formula that is protected, not the chemicals that are included in the fracturing. Also, the second question that I think this gentleman over here asked, and it's very important, what's to prevent these companies from using these fracking sites as to get around proper disposal of Class 1 and Class 2 chemicals? Why is that not being addressed, and why is not the state or the different individual municipalities challenging the fact that these chemicals, since they are not a specific ratio and chemical formula being used, specific for all fracturing sites, why isn't that being challenged? The protection that they want to not disclose it. I mean, the tobacco industry had to disclose every single chemical in their cigarettes. They didn't have to tell you the formula, the percentage, but they had to disclose every single chemical, and that's how we found out how they were hurting us. I think the oil industry should be at a higher standard.
The question of what rises to the threshold of being a trade secret, whether it is the specific mix of chemicals or the specific chemicals themselves, is one that I am going to let Justin Turner of legal handle when we get there. But I would note that we are using existing law, existing Uniform Trade Secrets Act, as the model, and if the existing law is not adequate, our regulations do not have the authority to trump existing law. We can mirror it. Yes, it has. Yes, it has, sir, and we are not the California legislature. You do need the legislature to change statute, but I won't debate government with you today, sir.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Carol Schwab. I'm Carol Schwab, City Attorney for the City of Culver City. And our city is very concerned with enforcement and monitoring. One of my questions is, how will Dogger monitor frac focus to make sure, for instance, if you get an HF1 prior to fracking, to make sure that it's then disclosed and reporting? That's my first question. And the second question is, in terms of the enforcement regulatory scheme, if your council could make available for us where in the code and what your scheme is, so we can look at how you're able to enforce it.
There will be, were these regulations adopted, there would be a system whereby once an HF1 is filed, when we get the 24-hour notice, starting timers, you can imagine various administrative tickler type files that say, okay, it's now been 60 days. We got the notice that the operation was going to happen 24 hours from February 19th, 60 days later, that kind of a follow-up internally to make sure that you've got the notification out on Frac Focus that follows from the 24-hour notice, and I'll let Justin handle that other question.
And the gentleman right back there.
Thank you. So I've studied some pesticide issues, and within a single pesticide formulation, there's sometimes testing of the synergistic effects of the inert ingredients and the active ingredient. And then if pesticides are used in combination, there's sometimes studies on synergistic impacts of two pesticides together, which might have quite a bit more toxic side effects than the two pesticides separately. And has there been any study of synergistic impacts of any two of the 596 or thousands or however many fracking chemicals there are?
I can't answer that question. I can say that it logically stands to reason that at some point in time somebody has looked at the synergistic effects of fill in 2 of those 596 chemicals. But our regulations do not speak to the question of what can be used for hydraulic fracturing fluid. What they speak to is what you do with that fluid, how you maintain zonal isolation, that the fluid goes into the formation that it's supposed to go into, comes back out, doesn't go into the other zones, and when it comes back out, it is rightly a Class 2 fluid which we regulate. The beforehand, and we've talked about that in the various other sections. The beforehand, the handling of that material, we're going to talk about that in the storage and handling section, but again, these materials are assumed under our regulations to be, in effect, like oil. We treat them very similarly to oil, so spills to land, we're going to get to that. I don't want to steal too much of Tim's thunder there, but we treat these things as if they are the hydrocarbon that they're being used to frack in the form and manner of what we're regulating.
In the back of the room?
Hi, I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Physicians for Social Responsibility, and I just had a question about the flowback fluid, and I have 2 questions. It's calling for an estimated volume of flowback fluid, and I wondered why it's estimated. And I also wondered if there's a standardized definition for the difference between flowback fluid versus produced water, if there's a time frame that Dogger already uses.
You hit on one of the places why we need to use the word estimated. We didn't talk much about production of oil and gas in California here today, but pretty much all of the formations that you produce oil and gas out of in California have water in them. And not a little water, a lot of water, like 90% water. About 10%, sometimes 5%, is going to be gas, natural gas, and oil. When you engage in hydraulic fracturing, you're putting more water down in that formation. So the estimate of the flowback water it has to be an estimate, because what's going to come back up the well after you've engaged in hydraulic fracturing is a mix of fracturing fluid and produced water. Once it's down there, there's not a way to differentiate it. But when it comes back up, again, we're treating it all like Class 2 fluids. So you can't just run it into the sewer. You can't just scatter it all over the ground. It goes back into containers, separated out from the oil and the natural gas, and then all of the produced water / flowback mix would be either A, injected for enhanced oil recovery projects, B, injected into disposal wells, which in California tend to be old oil fields where the oil's been taken out, or C, treated and then disposed of.
So are they going to be reporting how much water came out of the hole for 60 days, or how much came out for 10 days, or since, as you noted, there's no distinction really between the fluid?
Produced water rates are reported for all wells. So forever, you'll see, as long as there's production of oil or gas out of a well, there will also be a report of produced water.
So in the 60 days, when they do this, what's that, what I'm trying to understand is, what are they going to report at that 60-day reporting period? Are they going to report all the fluid that came out of the hole for the preceding 60 days?
I see. I think, yeah, okay, we'll take a look at how we sort that out, or if we can sort that out, the distinction there. But I think I see what your question is. Can you come up with a proportion? Probably not, but maybe over that 60 days, what was the total production of water? We'll look at that.
For the disclosure, what is to stop the operators from claiming that all or a great majority of the chemicals that they are using are not under the Disclosure Act? And how do you protect from them doing that for all of these wells, because some of those wells are undisclosed? On another line of questioning is, have you had discussions about requiring operators to use tracers because of our geology. How do you know if there is any sort of seepage or contamination? How would you know where it comes from? You could always say, oh, it's naturally occurring, it comes from a different well, etc. So the idea of mandatory tracers so that there's more accountability, has that been discussed? Is that a possibility?
Two questions there. I'm going to go to the second one first because the first one has a bit of a longer answer. We have chewed on the idea of requiring tracers. The draft regulation right now in that section says that if you do use them, they have to be reported. It's something that's still up for discussion, so you're hitting on that, and we're still chewing on it, and now we know we have a vote of support for that here. With regard to the question about trade secrets, when we wrote this language, we wrote it where we were balancing the trade secret provisions, the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, and the Public Records Act. Now, I don't know if any of you have bothered to watch the 4 hours of testimony from the Senate last week, but I'll say here what I said there. The department, in doing that balance, came up with these regulations. But one of the things that we've committed to the legislature on behalf of the administration is a look at the existing statutory authority that DOGGR has relative to holding the trade secrets. So right now, if someone alleged a trade secret under this draft of regulations, and yep, looks like they met all the standards for uniform trade secret, we wouldn't get that information. Again, Justin's going to touch on this later. We wouldn't get that information unless there was a spill or a release or some medical reason. The commitment that we made to the legislature is we would like to see something a little bit more like Department of Toxic Substance Control. They have the authority to A, collect trade secret information, and then B, hold on to it. Now, if a Public Records Act request comes in to DTSC in their model, they aren't governed by that same, and I'm riffing a little bit here, they aren't governed by the exact same, you gotta get this thing out. What they do instead is they say to the operator, the person who holds the trade secret, we got a request for this information. We're going to release it unless you enjoin us. So it then puts the onus on the operator to say, to go to court and tell us not to release the information. It's a different model that puts the information in our hands and then creates the space for the holder of the trade secret to contest any release of the information, as opposed to the model we have now, which says you can hold that information if you want to say it's a trade secret, but you're going to have to give it to us when A, B, or C happens. It's a little bit of a twist. If we were to see legislation enacted that does that, quite frankly, the section on trade secrets that Justin's going to talk about after lunch would be completely revamped to reflect what that change in statute looks like.
And on a legislative note, if you follow it, we've been following fracking for the past year. You'll know that Assemblymember Wykowski had a bill related to much of this. Last year was AB 591. He has pretty much reintroduced that same bill this year. I think it's AB 6 or 4. But he has told us that his intention is to rewrite that bill to deal specifically with the trade secrets, and he is the chair of the Assembly Judiciary Committee this year, so I expect to see that in the coming month when they can start amending these bills. Go back here.
And I want to say also, I didn't say this in my previous comment, that I was one of the organizers of the largest climate rally in LA history, which happened on Sunday. There were over 1,000 people there, and so I represent the people that were there that cannot be here today because this hearing was held at a time when people have to work and people have to go to classes instead of being on an evening or a weekend. So I'm here, I feel comfortable representing 1,000 people that want a ban on fracking. And my comment on disclosure is that to me, we already know that these chemicals are harmful. We have the incidents in other states where they're fracking. We have a cancer cluster in Baldwin Hills where they're fracking. To me, Having disclosure on when you're going to frack, where you're going to frack, and what you're going to frack with is the same thing as a murderer telling you when he's going to kill you, where he's going to kill you, and what type of assault weapon he's going to use. We need a ban, and that's the only thing. Thank you.
I anticipate we'll be talking about that in Section 7 when we get there.
Thank you for your comments. Over here. I'll bring you a mic.
Yeah, my name is Maggie Freilich. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is also going to include the volume of water that's used, because I know the fracking uses a tremendous amount of water, and I don't know, I think most people around here have noticed that we do have issues with drought in California.
The disclosure would require the amount of water actually used, total amounts used. We had not put in there the source, but that is something that we can consider. The volumes of water used for hydraulic fracturing vary, and this is simply a point of clarification for folks. Multi-stage, long horizontal frac jobs use millions of gallons of water. Single stage frac jobs, and if you go and look at what's on Frac Focus right now, single stage frac jobs in California use in the hundreds of thousands of gallons. So we talk about the volumes of water being used. You can, I point this out just so people recognize that when you see a number that looks, say on Frac Focus, it looks like, well, I thought they used millions of gallons of water. Well, they may not have used millions of gallons of water for that job because, frankly, it might have just been a single-stage job, as opposed to if you look anywhere along here and you see these horizontal well completions, imagine just multiple stages going on in there, and that requires that volume of water. So, source.
All right, having reached the hour of lunch, we're going to break now, and we'll see you back here at 1:30, where we'll be talking about trade secrets. Thank you for your attention and your consideration this morning. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the afternoon session. Hope you all found a good lunch. We're going to start up again. We're going to start off with trade secrets. I've suddenly become Elmer Fudd or something. Trade secrets? All right, we're going to start off with trade secrets with one of our attorneys, Justin Turner, taking that off. But a couple of things I want to remind everyone before we get started. We're expecting 40 to 45 minutes for each of these sections, and the last section is going to be open to the public to discuss anything that we haven't brought up or something that's not contained in our regulations that you'd like to discuss. We're going to be courteous to each other and respect everyone's opinions, try and get everyone a chance to speak. And I had a couple of questions before the last break. Someone asked if written questions would be accepted. Absolutely. We've got papers in the back of the room that you can fill out and leave with us. And you can always submit your questions online. And the website is conservation.ca.gov. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Justin.
Thanks, Marty. Hi, I'm Justin Turner. I'll try and use this mic. I have to apologize ahead of time. I'm fighting a cold right now, so I'm a little extra special soft-spoken. I just wanted to go through some of the background with regard to the legal framework for trade secret and talk briefly about the goals of the department, of the division, with regard to these regulations addressing trade secret, and then just quickly walk through what the draft provisions actually say before opening it up to questions. I think it's important to understand by way of background, and Jason's already touched on a lot of this when talking about the disclosure provisions, that we're not coming to in a vacuum. That there is the California Uniform Trade Secret Act, which, as with I think all 50 states, adopts the universally accepted principles that a person is entitled to maintain a trade secret, which generally speaking is a piece of information that has competitive value, economic value, that is a secret and that isn't otherwise disclosable or obtainable information. And another element of that is that efforts are made by the holder of the trade secret to keep it trade secret. So that's kind of what a trade secret is. And California recognizes a right to protect trade secret information. That's a statutory right that the division can't, in its regulations, dissolve or abrogate. The Uniform Trade Secret Act? Well, it's various places. The bulk of it's in the California Civil Code, beginning at 3426.1 at SEEK. But there's also provisions in the Evidence Code and the Penal Code and Government Code as well, I believe. So I could give you the full by email if you want. All right. But the bulk of it, what's known as the Uniform Trade Secret Act, is there at 3426 in the California Civil Code. So that creates a prohibition on the division requiring public disclosure of trade secret information. However, the principles of trade secret doesn't protect the holder of a trade secret from having to disclose the information to a regulatory agency that needs that information to do its job. So that said, as by way of background, the department's goals, the division's goals with these regulations are twofold. One is to spell out, to establish procedures whereby the asserter of the trade secret information, the operator, the service company, asserts trade secret to the division. What information do they have to provide to us? We want that clear in the regulations to make sure the division has all the information it needs to assess whether or not it's a valid claim of trade secret. And secondarily, and probably more importantly, to specify what information and when trade secret information would have to be provided to the division, or to any other regulatory agency or health professionals, as the case may be. Under what circumstances must the trade secret information be provided? So with that said, I'll walk through what the draft regulations we put together lay out. So if a trade secret is asserted, the operator is responsible for giving us certain information. Some of this information is going to come from the service company that actually performs the frac job. But as most of the enforcement statutes the division has are very much focused on the named operator of the well, the regulations are drafted to put the responsibility for getting this information to us on the operator. Although pragmatically they're going to have to work with their service companies to get some of this. The service companies are generally going to be the one who actually hold the trade secret information, and the operator might actually never have that information themselves. So the first and foremost is identification of what information is being claimed as trade secret. Sorry. And then also, importantly, the contact information for the holder of the trade secret, and also in there is a requirement that contact information is updated, as well as all of this information. But that's obviously very important in the division, that we have up-to-date information on who holds the trade secret information, so that if we need to get access to that, we know who to call. And then beyond that, a declaration from the holder of the trade secret that lays out all the elements of a trade secret assertion, so that we can see that they have a valid claim. That the information is in fact secret, that the information has competitive advantage, that the information can't otherwise be obtained through reverse engineering and the like, and that efforts are ongoing to maintain the secrecy of that information. All of that needs to be explained to the division so we can evaluate it. When there is an assertion of trade secret, that would be flagged in the public disclosure database, FracFocus, as it were. And if it's applicable, they would provide a chemical family or similar descriptor to generally indicate what kind of chemical they're talking about, to the extent that that can be done without disclosing or waiving their trade secret protection. The circumstances under which, as we've laid it out, the trade secret information would be provided to us or to anyone else is if the division or any other regulatory agency that would have jurisdiction over a spill or incident needs the information to investigate any evidence of a spill or release incident. That's generally information. Those are generally the circumstances where the division would need information, is for investigation and response to incidents. And then also, obviously, importantly, health professionals who might need the information to diagnose a patient who may have been exposed to the substance will need to have access to that information as well. So that's what we've put forward. With that, I'll open up to questions.
Anyone have a question? Back over there.
It sounds like what you're saying is that it's still voluntary, that Dogger will not hold the information on each frac job. And I know that the public has asked time and time again that that information be public. Now, you've explained about trade secrets, but if Dogger is holding that information for each frac job, that might go a long way to making people feel that there are some protections in place for us. But without that, I don't see how you can ensure that there will be public safety during a frac job or after a frac job.
Excuse me, could you identify yourself and your affiliation, please?
Oh, my name is Michelle Weiner, and I'm a resident of Culver City.
Thank you.
Well, I think an important point, and I meant to clarify this on the front end, and Jason, I think, touched on this, is that an assertion of trade secret would be the exemption to the rule of disclosure, that the disclosure of the chemical information is what would be required by these regulations. So there'd be nothing voluntary about disclosure. But then if there is assertion of trade secret, obviously, whether we hold the information or not, as I said, we would be enjoined from publicly disclosing that information.
You could get it to me. The information is my question. Will you have the information, even if it is a trade secret, from the service company? Not from the operator, from the service company.
Right. Yeah. As the regulations are drafted, we would obtain the information as needed. Jason also touched on the issue that it's problematic because of the tension between Public Records Act and the trade secret laws for the division to be holding more trade secret information than it's going to put to use. As he mentioned, there's some discussion of possible legislation that would create a statutory framework that would make it easier to facilitate the division holding that kind of information. I'd also say that the division's in dialogue with sister agencies, the air boards and particularly DTSC, about working with them to do more comprehensive analysis of the constituents of frac fluid, making use of toxicologists and the like. And obviously if it goes that way, then that would probably push things towards a more expanded obtaining of trade secret information.
We're sorry about...
Not private entities, but as I said, regulatory agencies can obtain the information as needed to do their job.
And we're sorry about the acronyms. DTSC means
Oh, yeah.
Department of Toxic Substance Control. Any other question over here?
Regarding section 1788.1A3, where'd he go? Okay, in regard to the penalty of perjury by the holder, first off, who is the holder? What is the relation of the holder to the operator and to Dogger? And can the declaration under perjury, under penalty of perjury, be applied to frac focus and all documents held by and or used by the operator or owner?
Let's see, that was a few questions. The holder of the trade secret is the person who has the information, who's asserting a claim of trade secret. As I mentioned earlier, generally, what's that? It could be you. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, generally it's going to be the service company who's performing the frac job is going to be the one whose formula it is. The responsibility for making sure the direct declaration is in place and that the regulations are complied with are primarily going to be put on the operator. However, there could theoretically be some enforcement action if needed between the division and the actual service company. That's a suggestion we will certainly take under consideration.
We'll take note of that. Next, over here, please.
Thank you. Cassie Siegel with the Center for Biological Diversity. I note that what you're proposing is very different from what other agencies are currently doing. So the South Coast Air District, for example, they have laid out in their staff report for their ongoing rulemaking on fracking how they'll deal with trade secrets, and they will receive all the information. And then if there's a Public Record Act request and somebody wants that disclosed, then the agency will evaluate the claim of the trade secret and they'll release it or they'll not release it, but the agency will have the information in the first instance, and then the public can request it and they can challenge the claim of trade secret. And, well, a couple interlinked questions, but so what you're proposing is very different. You would not have the information in the first instance, and I commend the division for bringing this issue up itself in the Senate hearing, is that there's obvious problems with that. So what if you don't get the information and by the time you go to the service provider or the operator, they're gone? The agency can't get the information, the public can't get the information. Similar problem with Frac Focus, by the way, but so when you say you're interested in working with the legislature, is that because Dogger is saying we can't right now deal with trade secrets the way the Air District does, or are you saying we just don't prefer to do it, so it would be helpful to have a new bill?
Well, the circumstances where trade secret is provided to us are tailored to our regulatory needs, and that this model is similar to what you see in, say, Colorado or Texas already, where trade secrets obtained as needed in response to incident and response. As far as possible changes to statute and the like, it is largely a logistical issue that if we're holding a lot of trade secret information, anytime we're holding trade secret information, we can expect to be a party to litigation over that trade secret claim, as you just alluded to.
I think I buried my question in too many comments there. When you say you want to go to the legislature, that you're open to dealing with trade secrets more like other agencies do, like the Air District or DTSC does, are you saying you'd like to talk to the legislature because you don't currently think you have the authority to deal with trade secrets like the Air District, to take all the information, hold it, and then make that determination? Because earlier in this process, I thought that's what you were saying, but other statements made today made me a little bit confused about that, because I thought I heard somebody say the Uniform Trade Secrets Act does not protect information from disclosure to the agency. And if that's the case, then I'm confused what we need from the legislature. Because what everybody is asking for, I think, is basically, why doesn't Dogger just deal with trade secrets the way the Air District does? Take all the information. And why can't you just do that now? Is a legislative fix needed?
The statutory models that we're looking at from other regulatory agencies are along the lines of what you see for Department of Toxic Substance Control, that would clarify the structure and would basically mitigate the litigation burden for the division being in the middle holding trade secret information. It is largely a logistical issue, but also it's a regulatory issue, holding a lot of trade secret information beyond what the division needs to do its job as a regulatory agency. So again, what's been put out there is a model that follows what other oil and gas regulators in other states have followed, which is collecting information as needed to investigate and respond to incidents.
I just think it's important to be clear about, because I think a lot of people have become confused and thought, well, maybe Dogger doesn't have the authority to do right now what the Air District does. But it seems like you do have the authority to do that. And it seems that, you know, certainly what we want, I think it's what most people want. And so I think we just should be clear about what the agency is asking from the legislature. I mean, I understand your concern about not wanting to be involved in a lot of trade secret litigation. I think probably nobody wants to be involved in a lot of trade secret litigation, but the public needs the information, and there has to be a mechanism for the public to challenge a claim of trade secret, not just for the agency to evaluate it after there's been a problem, but for the public to be able to challenge that. And it's, I mean, these issues are kind of linked with the frac focus issues too. If the agency never gets the information, doesn't put it up there. The Air District also said that frac focus doesn't meet their disclosure needs because there's no database or spreadsheet format, because it doesn't provide the information to the public in a way that's accessible. You know, it doesn't identify whether a chemical is a hazardous air pollutant or a toxic air contaminant. You can't search it or aggregate it. And so, you know, a layperson can't easily identify how concerned they should be about those chemicals on that website. Again, what if frac focus, what if that project disappears? It's been reported in the media that frac focus doesn't even retain a backup of the information. So you all have acknowledged the problem with what if the operator or the service provider goes away, we can't get the information.
I'm
Same
sorry, I'm going to have to
exact,
cut you
problem
off
with
here.
frac
We've had the discussion about frac focus a little bit earlier, and I think we want to focus here on the issue with our problems with trade secrets, and I think Justin's done that.
Yeah, thanks for your input. Thanks for
back there.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros with Physicians for Social Responsibility, and I've got 3 questions that are all interrelated. I want to think about this from the perspective of a physician or other healthcare professional who may need to access this information. And so my first question is around the definition that you've used in the proposed statute for healthcare professional, where you name quite explicitly various different titles associated with people. And I'm just wondering if there was a reason to limit it to those particular people, or if this was an effort to be as inclusive as possible, because I think there may be another way to draft that language to make sure that it's broad enough that any healthcare professional, anybody providing healthcare to someone, would be able to get access to the information that they need in order to provide that. I also want to note in this definition that you've included emergency medical technician, and it seems to me that as a practical matter, those EMTs may fall into a different grouping of first responders, and that would also include firefighters, it would include police officers, others who may need to respond to an emergency, who also would want to have this information quickly and effectively in order to protect themselves and to protect the public. And so I would think that there's a way to separate this out so that you have a way to think about people providing health care, say in a clinical setting, versus first responders, and make sure there are mechanisms that are clear and that are available to them. Then the second question slash, I guess that wasn't really a question.
If it would be helpful, I can maybe shed a little light on what we were trying to do with that section. The idea was to identify the healthcare professional who's treating a person who'd actually been exposed to frac fluids, and if there's a suggestion about how we parse that differently so that we're not dealing with just first responders, who, by the way, we want to make sure they can get that information as well. You use the example of a paramedic or an EMT. They're principally going to need that need information about hazardous materials for their own protection, but not really for the diagnosis of any particular medical condition. It's beyond their scope. But the section that we're talking about right there is for a physician or other healthcare professional who would having that information would help them in the treatment of the patient. And if we need to find a way to carve that out a little bit differently, so we've got a If you're a first responder and you need to know because it's a chemical that you don't want to have if it's creating a hot zone, knowing how to handle that, separate and distinct from the medical professional. We'd be happy to look at how we can cleave that a little bit better.
Well, it does seem to me that by including those people, EMTs, in the definition of health professional, but then not having a way to recognize first responders is potentially problematic, sort of on a practical level. And so as this process goes forward, I'll certainly be happy to help you to get in contact with people who could maybe help you think a little bit more about that.
That would be great.
And then I want to ask this question about section 1788.1. Sub 2, it says you can give, you would like people to give you the name, address, phone number, and the contact person or entity who holds the withheld information. So I'm picturing a physician who's got to figure out how to get access to this information. And right now, you could be in a situation where, let me take a step back. So you could be a physician looking at this circumstance in two different ways. One could be someone who just presents at your clinic with some symptoms and you're trying to figure out, in which case the time frame, you may have 24 or 48 hours, right? But you could also be receiving patients in emergency, say there was an explosion or something like that, and you're trying to treat someone. And so you have, some database, I guess, that Dogger's going to have with some information about who holds these trade secrets and how you could get hold of them. And maybe it's the 800 number for Halliburton, and you're just supposed to call this number and figure out how to get access to this information. I think as a practical matter, this provision is not likely to be effective, right? And I think that that's a big problem, and that there needs to be more thinking about what it looks like if you're not going to make the information publicly available, and then have a campaign to raise people's awareness about how they get the information, but you've got to go through this special procedure, then your procedure needs to work. It needs to work every time, and it needs to work efficiently and effectively. So it's not clear to me how Dogger's going to aggregate that information and make it available to the physician population.
What you're describing as a scenario for what we want to have happen is exactly that. That's what we would want to have happen. If you've got a suggestion for how we could make that more immediate, would also like to work with you on that. Very, very few of us in the department have a lot of experience with emergency medicine or even treatment of acute exposures to these kinds of chemicals. We're in some manner, that's a little bit of a placeholder for what should we put here so that we can make sure that a person needing to be treated after an exposure, that they can get that treatment, and that there's not sort of a great big question mark about what was it that is causing their fill in the blank, respiratory distress, reaction of some form. So would really like to have some suggestions and some advice on that, and we can take that offline if you'd like, or if you've got some right now.
Yeah, I think that it would be useful to probably sit down and have a more focused conversation about this. Of course, the quickest, easiest answer, assuming that there's not going to be a moratorium, and then secondly, assuming that it's not going to be publicly available, would be to at least have a system that's workable, right? And so in descending order of preference. So at the very least, if you're going to do it, I think it'd be good to have a system that's going to be much more workable. And then the last thing that I just want to raise is in 1788.2, I want to note that in sub A, it says explicitly that the holder of the information has to provide the information immediately to the division, but I note that in subdivision B, there is no time frame. So you get 800 Halliburton 1-800, right? And you tell them that you need the thing right away, and then they send it to you at their earliest convenience, which is problematic if you're trying to treat somebody who's sick, hurt, or dying. And the question about the confidentiality agreement. And so I understand the point that you're making about there is a uniform trade secret law and you're trying to balance a bunch of different issues. I completely appreciate that and understand that. But I think as we were having the conversation about how other agencies handle this information and being more direct with the information, having the agency hold the information could be very helpful. I am concerned that the confidentiality agreement is something that hasn't been pre-disclosed and pre-discussed. I would hope that we would get to see what you're proposing as a confidentiality agreement before the regulation is actually adopted. And depending upon how you draw that, I think that it could be very, very problematic. There is, in other places, they have confidentiality agreements where the physician is not allowed even to share with their patient what they've been exposed to. They wouldn't be able to share it with the consulting physician. They wouldn't be able to tell the nurse. They wouldn't be able to tell the toxi people that they send you to as a follow-up. It could be very problematic in the day-to-day business of providing health care if you sign a confidentiality agreement that doesn't allow you to talk to anybody else, even the person that's standing right next to you, unless they've gone through their own administrative process to even talk about how you're treating a patient. And I would just like to express to you from our perspective in thinking about public health voices and how they're included in this thing, we're deeply concerned that the confidentiality agreement very quickly turns into a gag order, and that's very problematic.
Okay, you've made some very good points. Thank you very much. Next.
I hope the environment of you and us becomes we. There is a problem, and we together need to solve.
You hold the mic a little
problem
closer, please.
To this problem. The question is not keeping secret or whatever. The question is that what kind of standards do we have to, when we are giving permit to the operators to do a hydraulic fracturing project is safe, to what standards? Do we have some standards that based on the information that they receive, on the formula they submit, that this application of this is safe or not, considering the fact that some of these are acute, some of they are chronic, and concerning the human safety and environment. And part of the environmental statement may not answer this question because that's in the trade secrets. To make it short, do we have any standards to evaluate, to be sure that this, you or us, that when they apply this, is safe and secure? And if there is, what is it?
Well, that's what we've been discussing for the better part of this day, is the standards that the division's contemplating in place to ensure that when a hydraulic fracturing job is done, that it's done, the well's evaluated before, during, and after to ensure that the fluids that are put in the hole only go where they're intended to go. Those are the primary standards that, that we're here talking about today.
Next.
Thank you, Todd Cardiff, on behalf of Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. First of all, I agree with you that that DOGGR can't compel the disclosure of trade secrets, but what I don't agree with is that you don't have the power to prohibit the use of chemicals that are held under a trade secret. There's a legal maxim that's well established in the case law. The power to regulate is a power to prohibit. And so you could easily draft a regulation that states that chemicals that aren't subject to disclosure cannot be injected into the ground. And that's something that I think that you should definitely consider.
Thank you.
I see that you're now holding it, so I understand, so you can take it away. Also on your, in your health professionals, I think it really, I want to echo the physician back there. It really needs to be widened. It needs to be, first of all, trade secrets, if they're even allowed to be injected into California's, into the ground. It needs to include disclosure to epidemiologists, biologists, naturalists. We cannot have this trade secret to be a method of preventing the discovery of environmental harm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over here on the left, Justin.
Yeah, actually, my understanding of trade secrets law is the public health and safety codes trump them when the public safety is in question. Point of fact, the tobacco industry claimed for decades that their chemicals were a trade secret, and they were forced because of public health and safety concerns to disclose these. Now, their chemicals are still, basically the amount that they put in them is a trade secret, just like Coca-Cola. But because these chemicals are carcinogens, are toxic to people, they had to disclose which chemicals they put in there. As such, I believe, and many, many people in the legal profession believe that this trade secret stipulation is an attempt by the oil company to put toxic chemicals, instead of properly disposing them, to inject them improperly into the environment, into these wells. What is to say that they decide to place Class 1 chemicals in these wells without disclosure, without monitoring? We have no clue. A third party, a second party, a subcontractor could easily dispose of these chemicals, and we would never know without monitoring. This has happened many times in the past. There is precedent for disclosure of the chemicals themselves, but not the concentration or the mixture. I believe that this trade secrets law is a farce. It's an attempt to blindside and fool the people into allowing chemicals that they would scream bloody murder if they understood what you put in there. They would scream bloody murder. They would sue the hell out of your companies. Excuse the French. But what is to protect us from Class 1 chemicals or extremely toxic, say, arsenic or any other chemical from leaching into these wells? And by the way, everybody knows that with the geologic formations in California, these so-called concrete fixtures are never guaranteed. They will never be guaranteed. They cannot be guaranteed. It is a farce and a fallacy. Any geologist worth his salt would tell you this. Please comment on this. Don't just pass me up.
Thank you. Next, anyone else want to speak on this? I'm sorry, I thought you were
That
finished.
was an essential question. Please answer now.
This is what we're asking. This is the trade secrets that everybody is concerned about. What is the protection to protect us from Class 1 chemicals? Toxic, say, nuclear waste being dumped in there by a third party that you subcontract with us. Wash your hands of. This has been done in the past.
Yeah, we've spent the better part of the day walking through the procedure, the requirements for an operator to lay out what their design and plans are and modeling of a frac job, and the information.
In the pocket of the industry.
Sir, we construct our wells so that all of the zones are protected.
It's a farce. A kangaroo court.
Many people here discussed outside that this feels like a farce.
Back over there.
Hi, my name is Carol Durbakopoulos, and I'm just a member of the public who happened to find out about the hearing just recently. So I've had time during lunch to go over. I'm on page 8 of 9 for your pre-rulemaking discussion draft, if everybody wants to reference that so you can see what I'm talking about. And by the way, for future reference in these hearings, it would be very helpful if this material was made available to the public in an easy format to get to before the public actually walks into the meeting, which is when I got this material.
These materials are available on the division's website.
Well, I didn't know that. So, it's not readily available to the public. So if you're going to actually claim that you've had public hearings, you have to really reach out to the public. We need major outreach. And I think the division, as a taxpayer-maintained agency, should make that part of their mission to make the public outreach much stronger. Anyway, I'm on page 8 of 9. I'm looking at C. Before I start, I'd like to preface my remarks with the fact that I've read this a couple of times during the lunch hour, and I note that some sections contradict other sections. If you're going to make rules and regulations, that's a recipe for disaster. These rules and regulations have to be crystal clear, and they have to be exactly understandable to everyone that might need to make use of them. C, this information is not required to be disclosed or otherwise made available to the public under any other federal or state law. How can you possibly say that these regulations will trump federal law? That seems to me unconstitutional, frankly. D and E just are outrageous. Disclosure of the information would harm the competitive position of the disclosing person or entity. In other words, they don't have to reveal this if they feel that their competitors might, steal their formula. That's nonsense when you have public health and safety to consider, okay? Competition among business entities is a secondary concern after public health and safety. E says the information is not readily discoverable through reverse engineering, blah, blah, blah. These are your little caveats about, first of all, reverse engineering. I'm pretty sure that most chemists could reverse engineer these things after the fact, after a spill, after release into the environment, after groundwater has been contaminated, whatever. That's not an issue. The issue is that these things should not have to wait to be reversed engineered. That's insane.
If I may, just to clarify those.
No, I'm not finished. 1788.2, use of trade secret information in Part A. It says, upon receipt of written communication from the division or other public agency, that this information actually could be revealed if it were necessary to investigate or respond to evidence of a spill. Who's going to find evidence of a spill? We haven't cleared that up yet. You have not reassured the public yet this morning that there will be discoverable evidence of a spill. Or release of hydraulic fracturing fluid or material, or evidence that hydraulic fracturing fluid or material has escaped the intended zone. This is all underground, of course, or zones of the hydraulic fracturing operations. Say we have an event like the Fukushima event in Japan. You know, the nuclear industry assured everyone that there'd never be an earthquake or tsunami that could possibly release radioactivity into the ocean or the soil or the air. That radioactivity is well released. And we know that this state is subject to that level of earthquake activity or perhaps greater. So you cannot stand here and assure us that this environment can contain these kinds of chemicals for a year, 5 years, 10 years. You cannot make that guarantee, and yet you are saying that in an emergency someone who had to respond to that emergency would have to go find someone. And God knows, I don't even know where you'd go to find the name and number that you suggest here to call to find out what kind of emergency that these people had to respond to.
Thank you for that. I think we've already had that
Thank you.
comment, and I promised one more person that they can ask a question. We only have 1 minute left in this session.
It's just a simple question. Can these structures be insured?
Do you mean the wells?
Do you mean insured by like an insurance company? Well, there is bonding requirements now for wells, but as far as an insurance requirement for like so that there's any damage from a frac job and the cleanup costs and any kind of associated damage, it's something that's possible. Certainly, it's possible. That's not in the draft regulations. Does that answer your question? I said it's possible. It is possible. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Well, you know, no private insurance agency will insure the nuclear industry, so it's a very legitimate question.
Well, that's the end of this session. Justin, thank you very much. We're going to go on to the next.
Since we're trying to move on so quickly, it looks like this is a particularly sensitive issue we should focus on with our legislators.
As Tim indicated, there are bonding requirements for wells right now when you're constructing a well. Sir, I'm trying to provide some information in response to your question very specifically. There are bonding requirements currently for construction of wells, and then those bonds get released at certain points in time. There are bonding requirements for idle wells. These are all spelled out in statute. The question about whether there could be a bonding requirement for the operation of hydraulic fracturing, it's not a bad question, and something that we ought to look into. And the only caveat I would say is that those other bonding requirements are things that are presently in statute and may require something more than a regulatory process. It may actually require a change in law, but it's something that's worth looking into. So thank you for the comment.
Okay. We're going to move on to our next section. This is going to be storage and handling of hydraulic fracturing fluids. And we're going to have the Oil and Gas Supervisor, Tim Kustic, back to address this issue.
Okay, so if you're following along in the discussion draft, we are going to be talking about Section 1786. It's on page 5 of 9. I'll briefly kind of discuss what's contained in this section. Basically, what we're talking about here is the hydraulic fracturing materials when they're out there on the well location, the storage and handling of those. Actually, not just on the well location, but on the lease itself, the property that the oil operator owns and operates. So anything that, there's a list here. It's actually a fairly short section compared to some of the others, but there's a list here of things that operators have to comply with. One of the first things is that anything that's not fresh water, because I mean there is fresh water out there, and handling of fresh water is uniquely different than handling of chemicals and handling of produced water. It's a relatively benign fluid compared to chemicals and produced water. So for non-fresh water, they have to comply with the secondary containment requirements that are already in existing regulations. As I indicated earlier, and we discussed on and off today, there is a whole nother body of regulations that the division uses to regulate the oil and gas industry. And these can be found on our website. The publication is called PRC 04. And in section 1773.1 of those regulations, it details the secondary containment for production facilities. And secondary containment means if you have a tank out there on the ground, if that tank were to rupture and fail, you have to have containment around that tank so that the contents of that tank don't just run out on the ground and disappear down a stream channel or something like that. So anything that's involved with hydraulic fracturing, any of the fluids, unless they're fresh water, they too already have to meet the secondary containment section in PRC, excuse me, in our regulations. Now, we put this in the discussion draft, although I think you could make an argument that even if it wasn't in our discussion draft, that you probably still have to comply with this. But we made it very clear by putting that in the discussion draft. The other thing that's in here is that the operators have to be in compliance with their applicable testing, inspection, and maintenance requirements for production facilities. And that's also found in these regulations, essentially starting with 17, around the same area, 1773.2.3, and so forth. So once again, we're stating in these hydraulic fracturing regulations that the production facility regulations apply to fluids that are holding hydraulic fracturing fluids. The other thing we incorporate by reference, well, although again, I think it would be fairly, you could make the argument, but we want to make sure it's crystal clear, is that the hydraulic fracturing material has to comply, or that all operators have to have a spill contingency plan. That's in existing regulations. That's already there. That's 1722.9. And the draft hydraulic fracturing regulations make it clear that, once again, non-freshwater fluids have to be addressed in that spill contingency plan. So if you're an operator, you have a lot of hydraulic fracturing going on, your spill contingency plan has to address those fluids. The other thing it states is that non-freshwater hydraulic fracturing fluids cannot be stored in unlined sumps. And this, previously it was a common method of production of post-fracture fluid production east of California in dry shale gas provinces, where fluids were produced back into pits. It's never been the case in California, generally because of the nature of the oil fields in California, where you have so much water coming back with your production. All the water's treated in a closed loop system. When you hydraulically fracture stimulate a well and then you put it on production, that water that comes back, whether it be spent frac fluid or the produced water, it goes into this closed loop system. So even though it hasn't been a standard practice to produce and put water into unlined sumps, you can't do it under these regulations. So it just makes sure that a practice that really wasn't happening in California, it just makes sure that it can't happen. Again, another section number 5 here confirms that if you do spill the stuff, you have to clean it up. Again, existing regulations and laws already require this, but this makes it very clear that our regulations are saying, look, this is material that if you spill it, you have to clean it up in accordance with applicable state, federal, local jurisdictions. So we kind of cover the gamut there. It's not just our regulations, but if you clean it up and you have to clean it up to the water board standard or the air board standards or someone else's standard, you have to do that. And then the thing that this goes a little above and beyond for some of our other releases, not our releases, the industry releases, is when there are releases, there's reporting requirements. Well, in fact, that's in existing regulations. But the thing that's in addition on this hydraulic fracturing regulations is that within 5 days of an occurrence of unauthorized release, the operator has to supply to the division a written report that details A through E, a number of items pertaining to that release. A description of what happened leading up to the release, the types and the volumes of fluid released, the cause of the release, and actions taken to stop, control, and respond to the release, and steps taken by the operator to prevent future release. We don't have those specific requirements anywhere else in our regulations, so that's really unique and in addition to other reporting requirements. Now, this does say 5 days before they have to give us that report, but they have to immediately tell us, that's already in existing regulations, that they have to immediately tell us if they have a significant spill out there. So this 5 days doesn't mean they have a major spill out there and they don't tell us for 5 days. They already have that requirement to let us know right away. So that's a really a summary of this section, and we'll open it up for questions.
Anyone have any questions? Back of the room?
Why 5 days? Why not immediate?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Why 5 days? Just immediately. Why they don't inform immediate?
Well, we could make it immediate, but it might be, if you made it immediate, it might be hard to determine the cause of the release, the steps taken to stop, control, and respond to the release, and the steps by the operator to prevent future releases. He may not immediately know all that, because immediately, we could make it immediate. I appreciate the comment, but immediately they're probably going to be dealing with the release. They're going to be trying to contain it, berm it, pick it up. I mean, this report was to provide, after they've done the emergency triage response, they need to really think about this, study it, and respond back to us. This formalized, they have to tell us in writing and give us a report. The immediate notification to us already occurs. The immediate response to the spill already occurs in the spill plan. That's already there. This specific section is in addition to all of that, so they have to give us a detailed report after 5 days. They could give it to us earlier than 5 days, but this is in addition. They already have the immediate already there in existing regulation. Marnie?
Just a minute, please.
Dr. Tom Williams again. And you mentioned a closed system or a sealed system. There's been some talk that all fracking is done in a sealed environment, quotes, totally contained. However, whatever non-fresh water is can be stored in a lined pit or sump. Therefore, there's no sealed or contained system there. And what is non-fresh water? You have in the current regs a base of fresh water, but what is non-fresh water?
I don't believe that term is defined in the regulations. We don't have that defined. Are you suggesting that we define the term?
Non-fresh water. In one case, in a well, we always have the base of fresh water, whatever fresh water means there. But here we're saying non-fresh water, but it's not a fracking fluid. It's part of the flowback, the non-fresh water.
I'm a little confused. Are you offering a comment to the regulations?
I'm asking, what is the definition of non-fresh water?
It is not defined in the regulations.
And I think does it apply to all fluids that are not? Would that include protected water?
It sounds to me like what I'm gathering from this conversation is that we need to have a definition of non-fresh water. You find that would be helpful?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, can you clarify where it is in the regulations that it requires immediate reporting of a significant spill?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Where it is in the regulations that require the immediate reporting of a spill?
Yeah.
Is it 1722.9?
Just let me double check here. No, it's 1722 sub I.
Just straight 1722 sub I?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, does 1722.9, does that require MSDS sheets for all chemicals that are stored on site? And just to follow up, does that include MSDS sheets for confidential chemicals as well?
I'd have to go reread the section. I haven't dealt with that one, more recently. The confidentiality of well information is regarding the well. It's not regarding spill plans and operational plans or the lease facility. It's specific to the well information. A spill plan is not specific to a well. I mean, you could do that technically, but operator does a spill plan for his lease or maybe multiple leases.
So we would still have information on what wells are being fracked, even if it's a confidential well?
No.
Have a spill plan or not?
Now, this section is regarding the storage and handling of hydraulic fracturing fluids. It's not tied to a well. Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe we should deal with this later, but I guess I had the question about confidential wells under 3234 and what information is protected and not protected, and it would seem to me that if the spill contingency plan was required to be filed with Dogger, that would seem like at least we'd know through that spill contingency plan that they were planning on fracking a confidential well. Is that correct?
No.
Or is that confidential as well?
The spill contingency plan is going to address the surface facilities, the fluids out there, the fact that if they had, they wouldn't even have to necessarily identify in the spill contingency plan that this fluid is a frac fluid. They just have to indicate that this tank holds this fluid, and this is, if it spills, it goes here. This is the cleanup procedure if it spills. But a spill contingency plan is not tied to a well.
Back there in the back.
Okay, my question has to do with volume, and that there are no, I don't see any regulations about the volume of water that is being dealt with. So I need some help understanding something. I thought I understood that some of the water recovered from hydraulic fracturing can be put into a disposal well. Is that right? Some of it can be put into a disposal well. And the volume that goes in has been associated with seismic activity. So I want to know why there's no limits specified about the volume of water that can go into a disposal well after, as part of the recovery process.
I think I understand your question, but I don't see how it has any bearing on the section we're talking about here.
Fluid when it comes back, and some of it, as I understand, is used again. The process, it's used in the process again. It's used for fracking, and some of it is held in containers, and some of it is put into disposal wells. Aren't those the three things that you outlined here?
Those are, that's spent frac fluid. After it's been
Storage
produced.
and handling.
But in California, and I'm pretty sure this has been discussed, the majority of fluid that's brought to the surface in all oil fields is not oil. It's water. It's saltish, brackish water. It was formed a long time ago. A small percentage is oil. If you did a frac job on a well, when you first put it on production, a percentage of that is also going to be spent frac fluid. When all that comes back to the surface, it's class 2 fluid, and it goes through the processing systems at the surface. Some of that fluid gets re-injected for enhanced oil recovery in some oil fields. Some gets sent to disposal wells in some other oil fields.
Right. So my question is about some of it, which goes to the disposal wells. That's my question, because we're talking about what happens to the to the frac fluids when they come up. And you said a portion goes into disposal wells.
Right.
And so I'm assuming that there are already protections in place, and maybe it would be helpful to know what are our protections against too much volume that might trigger seismic activity.
Okay,
That's that's my question.
Okay, the disposal wells, underground injection control, or the UIC program, is a whole other body of regulations contained in these regulations. That's the regulation of disposal wells. That's not the regulation of hydraulic fracturing stimulation jobs. Those have limitations on pressures that essentially excessive pressure can lead to seismic activities, and there's limitations in that program on pressures for specific projects. So we're kind of heading off on a tangent that's a long ways away from this section that we're talking about now.
Yeah, we probably should clarify this. This section we're talking about right now is the frac fluid that's on site before it's actually used in a fracking procedure. Back there?
I have a couple of questions. Tatiana Gar with LA Waterkeeper. As I was reading 1786, I read 5A5. There's a mention of unauthorized release. What is that? Are you planning to define it?
Well, I mean, it's probably a more technical way of saying a spill. You know, I mean, it's something that wasn't authorized, unwanted. They spilled fluid.
Okay, I have a few other questions. My other comment is that the way you're dividing freshwater versus non-freshwater, I assume when you say freshwater, you mean drinking water, like tap water?
Well, we haven't specifically defined that, but generally you would assume
Generally speaking.
Yes, less than 3,000
so
TDS.
under the Clean Water Act, the release of such water will be illegal because that's considered non-storm water, and any pollution that's on the soil, on the surface, and is washed off by this water is actually now pollution that ends up in your storm drain or storm drain system. So I think you should definitely consult with the regional water board on that issue, because right now it looks like everything but fresh water is, you know, you should apply your spill contingency plan to and make sure you don't spill it, but fresh water is exempt, and I don't think that's actually legal. My other comment is with respect to 1786 A6, there's all these requirements of what the report should include, and I think it's a good practice, and we've seen that again in the Clean Water Act permitting framework, is when spill occurs, the person who's responsible for the spill, the operator of the hydraulic fracturing operation, should also tell us where this particular spill went to. Did it go to the storm drain? Did it go to a river? That's something that is normally being done in the Clean Water Act framework, where you know, yes, you tell us you did spill, you tell us what you spilled and what you took, the steps you took to stop it, how much did you recover, where did it go, and all that should be included in the report. And finally, the provision 1786A4, where you say that all these non-freshwater fluids should not be stored in unlined sumps or pits. So what does that mean? What is a lined sump or pit? Is that like just a sump or pit that's covered with plastic? I mean, what's the requirement for that? Is that part of the spill contingency plan? Where is that? Because unlined sump or pit is very general.
It is general, and one of the reasons it's general is because we are not the permitting agency for those sumps or pits. It's actually the regional board. We're just making it clear that you can't go out there and dig a hole. And if you are going to store it in a sump or pit, well, then that's going to be permitted through your regional board. Thank you for your comments.
If I can also just add something here. I've been trying to stay out of the fray today because my staff is doing such a great job, but I wanted to say two things in response to this. One is, it's perfectly clear, I think, to everybody in my department, and I'm going to be personal about this, that we're never going to say it's not my job. As a principle we work on since I've been in my seat as the director of this department. However, there are things that are not our jurisdiction, but it is our job to pay attention to the connections, and this is actually a really good example. In fact, a very little known program under the Fish and Wildlife Service, formerly Fish and Game, is the Inland Spill Response. Now, OSPR, the Office of Spill Response, is actually most active in marine response. That's what they're known for. But they have a very substantial inland spill response program that is vastly underfunded. And we've been working with Fish and Wildlife and the legislature to figure out what the way is to do this. As part of OSPR's duties inland or onshore, they are actually responsible for reporting in great detail exactly what you're asking about, is in what surface waterways do spills go over 5 barrels, over 40 barrels, etc. But it's very important that you understand that it's not as if nobody's paying attention. It's just for the purpose of our discussion here. We're trying to narrowly describe what we're trying to do in our regulations, but I don't want anyone here getting the impression that somehow either we're turning a blind eye or we're saying it's not our job. I just want to assure you that we think it is our job.
Yeah, and I think our regulations reinforce it, that in that we're saying you can't put it in an unlined sump. To warn you in advance, if you go to the water board, they're not going to agree to that either. But
One in the back over there, right there.
Thank you. We have seen several cases in other states where the worst case scenario has happened and the cases have leaked and the local water has been destroyed and undrinkable and unbathable and all of those things. So can I ask, what is the system of cleanup, and how provably effective is it in 100% restoring land and restoring this contaminated water back into drinkable water, and how much testing and how much provability to 100% restoration is possible and understood at this point? What's the spill contingency plan? How do you clean it up?
well, the spill contingency plan is just one mechanism when it comes to a cleanup. I mean, one of the primary purpose of the spill contingency plan is so that not only the staff on the site, but as well as any like first responders or anyone coming out, the contractors coming out to help, everyone has this plan. It's readily available so people know where equipment is, where drainages are, where drains are, and how to respond to some kind of an upset in the system that results in a spill. So that's the primary purpose of this plan. But it's not that plan alone that's going to, restore any damage from a spill. It's going to take, remedial actions. Our jurisdiction is not all-encompassing. I mean, California has, as Mark was indicating, there's a number of agencies that become involved with a cleanup. So what happens if there's a major cleanup like that, it's a coordinated effort between our agency, the water agencies, and other local jurisdictions that may be involved to make sure that, first of all, make sure that an action by one agency isn't telling an operator to do something that prevents them from doing an adequate cleanup that another agency wants to do. So it's a teamwork of agencies. I can't give you I guess the answer to your broad question is 100% restoration always possible. I don't know that anyone could, answer that question. But the spill contingency plan is one step in a process to, restore damage done.
Thank you. Got a question over here against the wall?
Hi, just a quick one. I don't see addressed here, or maybe I'm missing it. What happens when say a tanker truck that's carrying fluids overturns on the freeway in a major urban area? Is that addressed here, or?
Okay, Mark, I know I can't punt this, but our jurisdiction is limited to the boundaries of an oil field. So when something like that, there are plenty of agencies. The big one's going to be, if it's a highway, it's going to be the California Highway Patrol. They're going to be the lead to respond to that. Department of Transportation. There might be local cities and counties that have jurisdiction too. So there is a large number of agencies that deal with transportation type spills.
All right, over here.
Thank you. Garrett Gluss from Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. One thing I don't see on here, what about public notification if there's a spill and a plume heads into the community? There's nothing that seems to give the community any heads up, you know, any...
That's not specifically in the hydraulic fracturing regulations, but that's something that should be in the spill contingency plan.
I mean, it's a spill, and from that, I think it should the community should be find out about that,
well,
rather
that's
than trying
why
to, you know, having an asthma attack or finding out from the doctor that they're getting cancer because of the release of the toxins.
And that's the link back to the spill contingency plan. With that, you'd find those kind of requirements, because those spill contingency plans have to be specific to each facility. Yeah. Right. That should be found in the spill contingency plan for the operator. Okay. Well, that's probably needs to be reviewed.
So besides pointing out that under 1786, number 5, it says, in compliance will all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regs, it should obviously be in compliance with. I don't see the, even if the non-freshwater fluids were stored with a lined sump or pit because of all the 596 or thousands of however many chemicals are involved, how do you know what's going to eat through the liner? And should there be regulations of what kind of liner to better contain non-freshwater fluids?
So you're saying, so the construction standards for a liner to address the chemicals within the fluid stored, well, that would come in with the design construction of that sump and the approval of that sump. Yes, those kinds of things would be taken into consideration.
And then I can foresee corporate board pressure to avoid reporting spills. And is there a definition of what a major spill is, or just leave it up to the company who would tend to not report what some consider major spills, but what the board considers not a major spill because they want to stick it in their pockets of more moolah?
There is not a definition of a major spill.
Is that playing into the hands of the companies, or does that side with public safety?
There are reporting thresholds, yes, but we don't, the specific question was, is there a definition of a major spill? And there isn't a definition for a major spill at this point in time. Thanks for the comment. You know, I don't want to take everyone's time to answer that question. I can find it for you specifically.
My name is Vallejo Schultz, and I'm with Applied Valuation Economics. I'm a real estate appraiser and economist. One of the, it seems to me that one of the disconnects that's kind of going on here is that these rules seem to be what's required in order to establish how does this facility get approved for fracking and so on. Then there is a spill component that then it sounds like DTSC or some other agency then takes over primary responsibility at that particular point. And I was wondering, one, if that is the case, and if, two, it is the case, that maybe at future public hearings, it may be helpful to have somebody from DTSC or for the Regional Water Quality Control Board be here to address those particular issues. And I was just wondering if what I was saying was correct or not.
There is where jurisdictions butt up against each other, and there is, depends upon the nature of the spill, the fluid spill, whether or not it crosses into other jurisdictional boundaries. Yes.
Hi, Damon Nagami with Natural Resources Defense Council. Thanks very much for holding this. It's been informative. I was going to wait till the next section, but it seems like this has come up because storage and handling seems to be a place where agencies have jurisdiction over different parts of the process. It seems to have come up over and over that the division's perception of its duties and responsibilities fall within a certain area. And then there are other agencies that have other areas. And I don't think anybody here is clear as to where those boundaries are and who's in charge of what. I do know that there are MOUs between Dogger and other agencies like the State Water Board and the regional boards. I don't think that information is easily available to the public, and I also don't think it's been updated in a while. And I know I've heard the department and the division saying that those are things that you're looking at to update those. I think this rulemaking process could be a good place to put some of those policies and provisions that you're thinking about into the regulations, so it's very clear to anybody who's looking up in the code or in the regs what are the information sharing responsibilities and duties and things that Dogger are sort of working on with these other agencies, and what are the boundaries and the breakdowns for who's in charge of what. And if you really are interested in saying this is not us but we know who it is, I think the public would be interested in knowing that.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify something that you said, just for my understanding. Dogger has jurisdiction over the entire reserve, not just, maybe I'm misunderstanding because you're talking about spill response. You only have jurisdiction over spill response inside the fence line of the, or the surface area of the oil field, because so many of these oil fields extend far beyond the fence line. I just wonder if that's, you're just talking directly to spill response? Or is that some other case?
I was talking in generalities. Yeah, and I was speaking when I was discussing it earlier, I think it was regarding the highway spill. So I was just talking about surface, but no, our jurisdiction subsurface is quite extensive. I mean, any hydrocarbon-bearing reservoir, whether it's been discovered or not, is really under our jurisdiction. So when it comes to our authority for spills, so you're saying in a case where the oil field extends, underneath a residential area, for example.
If there were a release of any sort of type of fracking fluid or fluids from the oil field through an existing fault or fracture that's in the area outside the oil field, that would be another spill response, or is that?
Well, assuming, I mean, we do, more than likely, yes, but there are cases where there's, natural oil seeps, have nothing to do with an oil field operations. Those aren't really our jurisdiction, but yeah.
I also know that DTSC doesn't consider petroleum to be a hazardous material because it's naturally existing, even though it contains all of the VOCs and H2S and the rest of it. But thanks.
Over here.
Yeah. First of all, let me just say that I feel like I'm in high school having to hold my hand up for quite a while. Maybe in the next meetings you might have a monitor to regulate it so then that people don't have to hold their hands up forever. Secondly, I think a lot of people here are concerned, and I'm hearing kind of a consensus on the regulations and how adequate they are. These existing facilities regulations, if they're federal, are they adequate for California? Something, say, in New Hampshire or Montana, where there is very little geologic activity, would be highly inadequate for California, seeing the substrata and the way how our geologic formation developed. As an example, here you got plate tectonics. The way how California developed was that over time, the mountains just kept folding over and over, and you got these strata of travel where something dropped, say, Northern California, can travel, hundreds of miles, simply because of the way how the geologic, where it came up under the earth and it just accordioned to form the mountains. Now, because of this, you have a unique, as I've stated before, geologic formation where chemicals, where liquids, where anything that is volatile and is mobile in a non-solid can travel for even hundreds of miles. And we don't have any kind of sense that you really have protections or even that you even thought about a lot of these kind of contingencies. Like I said, there's a specific state. If anybody here knows that state, please speak up. But where they have done fracking, there has been cluster quakes where there's never been in any part of that geologic history since it's been a state. And then you had collapses of the land. You had collapses of the land where basically you got sinkholes all over the place. Now the fracking industry, the oil industry is claiming
Excuse me, but the subject we're talking about right now is the storage and handling of hydraulic fractured fluids. Do you have a question or a comment that's pertinent to those?
The storage and handling.
Do you have a question or a comment that's pertinent to that section of the regulation?
Well, the regulations are inadequate for, especially for California. We're in a state with little geologic activity.
The regulations are specific to the state. They are not federal regulations.
Okay.
Fluids can move hundreds of miles in geologic time. So let's not. If it's moving in the subsurface, it's not moving quickly.
Excuse me, you can bring that up in the next section. We're going to have open for open discussion back here, please.
Maybe my question answers some of the discussion right now that's going on. If you refer to page 3 of 9 and on 1784, item 2, I have to read it. The fracture radius analysis shall include a review of all the wells and faults, active or inactive, within a radius of twice anticipated fracture lengths from each point of the fracture to verify that no wells or faults will permit the migration of the fracturing fluids or hydrocarbons into a strata that contains protected water. California...
So what is your question, sir?
The question is this. California Department Building Codes permits building to a certain distance from the fault zone. Here, I suggest you change it to a certain distance from any fault, and also instead of protecting water only, protecting the formation.
Thank you for the comment.
All right, one last, and then this one section is over with.
Once again, Todd Cardiff. I'd like to make a suggestion on adding a subsection. I'd like to have the division shall investigate within 48 hours of notification of an oil spill. And I think that's important to have. I'm sorry, not oil spill, fracking fluid spill. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. That completes this section. We're now going to open it up to other topics not presently considered in the discussion draft. I believe that probably a lot of you have comments and questions you'd like to address in this area. So to begin with, we're going to allow one question per person and try to keep it to about 2 minutes so we can get around to everyone. And then if we have time after that, then we'll let you have a second question. Let's start over here.
My question is there any plan, or do you plan to put into regulations anything concerning the release of radon gas or anything such as radium? There has been some concern that happened in, I believe, Pennsylvania, so perhaps that needs to be looked into.
The division has a pretty good sense of which oil formations have what are called naturally occurring radioactive materials. But as has been noted in some prior conversations, when we start talking about going and producing out of newer formations, say, for argument's sake, the Monterey Shale, if we don't have a lot of history about that, then there may not be a lot of knowledge about whether there's naturally occurring radioactive materials. It is something that we probably need to get a hold on, whether we put it in the hydraulic fracturing regulations specifically or more generally applied to any well that accesses a new formation is an open question. But the issue has been considered, and we're trying to figure out where to put it.
Hi, again, Nathan from the Environmental Defense Center in Santa Barbara, and as probably a lot of people know, the County of Santa Barbara a couple years ago clarified its land use development code to make sure that CEQA preceded any frac job in the county. And as we talk about it in Santa Barbara, we've had no frac jobs since then, but we're contemplating maybe getting more in the future. And we think that really through the California Environmental Quality Act, we can get a lot of the information, the monitoring, the mitigation, things like that we're looking for in these regs. So my question is, how do you see CEQA interacting with these regulations? What do you see as the role of CEQA in this process?
We're going to have to go through CEQA for any regulatory development, and it may well be a very good venue to start having some of the conversations about studies, but CEQA can be both for the discretionary action of just adopting the regulation.
Right, and I was referring more to the project by project basis. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we're looking at that very question right now.
For the regulations, are you going to create an EIR for the regulations?
The actual process of adopting regulations is a discretionary action. So there's a question right there.
Next over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Ortiz. I represent the Western States Petroleum Association, and I have a brief statement to read. Hydraulic fracturing is one of many production stimulation techniques that has been used safely and effectively in California and other states for over 60 years. Oil and gas production has historically been one of the primary economic engines driving the growth and development of California and remains a significant source of jobs and revenue in the state. In counties such as Kern, tax revenue from oil and gas activities generate well over 50% of the county's tax base. The petroleum industry recognizes the uncertainties and concerns raised by the public and elected officials about the prospect of significant new development of the Monterey Shale using hydraulic fracturing combined with horizontal drilling. While it is by no means a certainty that the Monterey Shale will be developed through significant increase in the use of these techniques, Dogger's foresight in proposing and later adopting reasonable regulations helps address these concerns and assure that the activities of the industry are transparent to the public and regulators. However, it is vital to the state's economy and central to the division's statutory mandate to ensure environmental integrity while increasing the ultimate recovery of the state's petroleum resources. Dogger must address the desire to regulate recent advances in production stimulation without unduly burdening well-established existing production methods. Responsible development of the state's resources helps improve the quality of life for all Californians. And while we have had no specific comments today, WISPA will be generating very specific and detailed comments on the discussion draft in days to come. And we look forward to more discussion with both the division, the department, and all the other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
I am so happy to be able to follow an industry rep. I cannot tell you. I mean, look what happened. All you have to do is look what happened in BP, the BP oil spill. The industry had control of that cleanup. The Coast Guard could not even order them not to use Corexit, which they used to disperse the oil. So because they were having to pay by the volume of oil, and this way it could not be measured. So by dispersing that oil with that toxic dispersant, they caused far more damage. We cannot depend on an industry-funded regulatory agency, no offense to all you good people, to protect us. This is an atrocity, and fracking is not safe, despite what it says in these papers. We have seen earthquakes in states where they never had them before. The industry even calls them mini earthquakes. That's what they need to do to release the oil and the gas from the rock. They need to cause seismic activities. You know, it increases the use of methane, which will completely, anybody that worked hard on AB 32 will see, we will not be able to get our global warming Reduction Act by 2020 if we do fracking. It increases the use of water, which we have a scarce resource. There's going to be danger of polluting the aquifer, and our entire industry of agriculture and viticulture are threatened, not to mention human health and safety. So for people that do not want to go the regulatory route and actually want to get a legislator to propose a ban on fracking and then make sure that gets adopted by the legislation, I encourage you to join foodandwaterwatch.org, which is the lead environmental organization on this. And if you want to stay updated on our work, just text the letters FRACK and to the number 69866. That's what you dial, 69866, and put in the letters FRAC, and you will stay informed on our campaign. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
What plan the department has to protect drinking water source from crossflow due to pressure drop of production, oil production? When you produce oil from any kind of formation, you decrease the pressure. And the higher zone, which has higher pressure zone, there is a crossflow from upper zone to the lower zone. In the long term, do you have a plan to protect these drinking water or aquifer sources?
The casing design, which was described earlier.
No, the casing I understand. I'm talking about the formation itself.
Are you talking about the geologic formations?
You see, you have very good, very beautiful rules and regulation to protect near the wellbore. I understand that. Now we are talking about the long-term effect of the pressure drop because of the oil production in the formation. When you produce, you decrease the pressure, right? Mm-hmm. And when you decrease the pressure, the higher zone, if it's contaminated or if it is not, will cross flow in the formation. So there should be any plan or something to protect the aquifers from long-term effect. That's what I'm asking.
That's a geology question. I'm going to ask Tim Kustic to address the question. If I'm understanding it correctly, I'll make sure I've got it. The question is, if you're producing oil out of a formation and thus reducing the pressure in that formation at some depth, say 8,000 feet, what is it about the regulations that will protect that formation down at 8,000 feet from pressures at 2,000 feet or 1,000 feet?
Or just about
or 7,000 feet.
Right.
That's the okay.
So, the main reason we have oil trapped in formations in California is because there's some kind of that's depicted over here on the slide on the far right, on these poster boards, is we have some kind of I'll go over there, a sealing cap rock that has trapped the oil. So the oil actually formed much deeper in the earth and migrated up. I'll call this an oil zone here. And there's some kind of rock layer that's been bent over and has trapped the oil from going further up. So your freshwater zone, as depicted in this one, relatively shallow. Oil zone, relatively deeper in California. The intervening rock layers have the structural strength to, you take some of the pressure out. You're never going to take all of the pressure out of the oil zone, but it's the strength of these the rock layers between the production zone and the aquifers far above that affords that protection. Is that what you were getting at? So how do we manage that? I mean,
how do you control the impacts of decreasing the pressure, and how do you control, what kind of rules do you have to control crossflow? Crossflow means that going...
You're talking about subsidence? In cases where we have had subsidence?
Subsidence, I understand that, You have to, suppose these two layers that you mentioned, you produce oil and you decrease the pressure in that zone, right? You
Correct.
decrease.
Yes.
So oil or any other fruits goes from the higher pressure to the lower pressure zone.
So you're talking about other fluid coming in to take the place of the oil.
Right.
That naturally occurs as long as you're not damaging the residual oil reservoir. That's just a natural equalization that occurs.
Because you decrease, because of your job
Right.
of decreasing the pressure, you're allowing the pollutant or not pollutant or whatever to cross flow to the production zone, to the production layer. So the long-term impact is polluting the aquifer or polluting the...
I wouldn't call it polluting. I would say you're rearranging the fluid in the subsurface
Vice
pores.
versa, both of them could happen. You know, both. It could go from, the higher zone, the higher pressure zone,
right?
Could come to the lower zone and also to the same thing, reverse. It's connection between both. It's connection between both of them.
Okay. Hi. I really don't feel like my question was answered, so I'd just like to follow it up with a statement or proposal. As in the cases we've seen in families and farms, lands in other states, Pennsylvania, for example, where the water has been decimated and ruined and is flammable, that they can't clean it up. If there is some magic solution to clean it up, it's not happening. It appears that land now is permanently damaged. The water that exists there is permanently damaged. So in the worst case scenario of a spill or accidental leakage, and anything that happens that does create that link to the water up above that we so depend on and that is so precious, if something did happen in the worst case scenario, which we've already seen it happens with the amount of fracking wells that are there, it's happening already to a percentage of them. So it's guaranteed to happen in the future. Please understand as you go forward, there's no solution. There's no cleanup that they're talking about. You can't clean it up. It is forever. That water will be ruined forever. So please don't try to think of it in any other way than that as you go forward. And please think of everyone's health and everyone's life and how dependent on water we are and how scarce it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I actually had a question on 1781. First of all, this is essentially putting into California law the Halliburton or Dick Cheney loophole, and I didn't know that Dick Cheney was very popular in California, but apparently he is. My question is, under the Halliburton loophole, fracking was removed from the Safe Drinking Water Act with the exception of diesel fuels, fracking with some kind of diesel chemicals. And so the question here is, whether Dogger plans on having parallel regulations that can be approved by the EPA under the UIC, the Underground Injection Control Program, for when companies use diesel fluid in their fracking mixture, or whether you're going to prohibit fracking, because I don't see how you're going to get the EPA to approve this otherwise. So, have you guys even thought about this? I don't know if you...
Yeah, it's a good question with diesel, where US EPA is currently starting to assert some jurisdiction over fracking. How our regulations will interplay with US EPA and our primacy agreement with the US EPA. That's a good question, and we'll certainly be. We are in dialogue and will continue to be in dialogue with US EPA on that issue.
Hi, Carol Schwab again with Culver City. One of the questions that was triggered in my mind after the previous discussion about insurance and bonding was, how does your scheme interact with your other regulatory scheme with other regular oil drilling? For instance, in 1782 B, subsection B, it talks about, in addition to specific methods set forth in these regulations to achieve objective of this section, the operator shall follow the intent of all applicable well construction requirements, good engineering practices. But the intent, is there any type of inclusiveness such that they will follow all normal oil drilling regulations, including insurance and bonding, and these will be in addition or supplemental to, because an inclusive scheme, where applicable?
That's exactly what these regulations are intended to be.
And where does that say that?
Additive to all of the existing body of regulations. It's by nature of the amendment to our actual regulatory section, it becomes part of that whole body. If it would be helpful to clarify as a statement that these regulations are indeed additive to all of the existing regulations, it's a statement that on its face is factual. It may not survive a review by the Office of Administrative Law for being something that is that they may view as extraneous, but from the point of view of being very clear that these regs rest on top of all of the existing well construction standards, that might be helpful.
Yeah, normally I agree it might be redundant, and perhaps in the overall subchapter 2 on environmental protection it's understood, but you did have this statement in there that says in addition to specific methods set here, it should follow the intent, and I think maybe language that was stronger that should say the actual regulations where applicable. Perhaps in some cases it's not applicable, but that might be something to look at.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to know why in the state of California we have regulations that companies, be they toy companies, food companies, the petrol station, at your gas station, that must identify carcinogenics. Why are these companies, the fracking people, under the guise of their trade secrets, do not have to disclose at least the substances which are carcinogenic that are being put into our ground?
The regulation, as we've drafted it, would require them to provide that information and notice it. As Justin has indicated earlier, as I indicated earlier, we have a recognition of the existence of existing law that deals with uniform trade secrets. And we're quite supportive, more than just ambivalent about this. We're supportive of changes in the legislation that would give us the scheme, the model that's very clearly spelled out for DTSC that would give all of that information to the division. The Department of Conservation does not have the ability to change the trade secret law. We could write a reg that says trade secrets don't apply, you have to give us everything, and we wouldn't be able to ever enact the reg.
Tom Williams, Sierra Club. Water. We're quite concerned with water. We're going to become even more concerned with water. However, the USGS hydrogeologist and a hydrogeologist from the Water Replenishment District have identified common associates of oil field operations, such as boron, benzene, toluene, in the deep groundwater. So when we hear that you're going to have a protected water that is restricted to a very narrow range of beneficial uses, we become quite concerned. We will be, I say, fighting protected water rather than the old familiar base of fresh water. And then you have fresh water and then non-fresh water, which we're somewhat confused about. But we're trying to protect the water. One of the UIC problems that I have is in the old days when we drilled a well, you had a rat hole. And you dropped a whole bunch of stuff down that rat hole and got rid of it. Out of sight, out of mind. Well, a disposal well is a one-way, large, quotes, regulated rat hole. We don't know where it's going. We don't know what happens to it down there, but we keep pumping it in. So we're quite concerned regarding another rat hole being formed. And, oh, by the way, this says sealing cap rocks in the formation. That's been our mantra for I don't know how many decades. But we're now starting to frack the cap rock. We're fracking the source rock. There is no cap, reservoir, source rock definitions anymore because fracking goes after whatever is left in all of them. So we're quite concerned about water, quite concerned regarding the integrity of the natural resources which Dogger was formed over as to reservoir pressure. But we're also concerned about, in the eventuality that all these wells will eventually become abandoned, who's going to be responsible? And when you, within these regs, you have owner-operator. We would be very interested in exploring a bond placed by, from the owner, the lessor, who has benefited for so many years with royalties, that they be, might say, encumbered by a bond that will pay for all of the orphan wells within their lease area.
There's a lot to chew on there. Let me address a couple of the things with regard to this question of water. I think you recognize that this definition of protected water that we've used is attempted to encompass both the Base of Fresh Water and the USDW standards. We're trying to, with one term, get at two standards, a federal and a state standard. And that's the way we chose to do it. If there's a suggestion to do it differently to make sure that we're encompassing those waters properly, we're open to it. The question of non-fresh water, yeah, we probably need to be a little more clear about it. I went back while we were having this conversation, and to me, it's clear. There are freshwater tanks that are in oil fields. There are tanks where you would be storing something that isn't fresh water. I think our intent on that was to say, okay, the tanks that are storing, say, liquid components of fracking fluid that will eventually be mixed with fresh water or some other source of water, that those are the subject of that. But we'll be more clear about that. And then the other issue with regard to bonding, we talked about that. It's an interesting thought. With regard to plugging of orphaned wells, separate and distinct, abandoning, plugging and abandoning, which is, as you know, the term of art in the industry for cleaning up a well, plugging a well. It's called plug and abandonment. That is the responsibility of the operator. And while we do have a list of orphan wells where the operator has passed on, they haven't fulfilled their obligation, we're reducing that number, and I think it's something on the order of, Tim, what's the number of orphan wells we got in the state right now? No, orphans. Orphans. It's sub. We believe it's sub 500, but there is a $2 million annual fund. We'll be talking more about it, I'm sure.
Hello, my name is Harvey Eder. I'm with the Public Solar Power Coalition, and there are proceedings going on now with the state to look at storage for solar and renewables. And compressed air storage is one of the ways it's being looked at. There's Assembly Bill 2514. They're having hearings at the PUC now. PG&E recently had something on file with you for looking at using compressed air for generation. This has been used in Alabama and in Georgia for decades. And there's a conflict here with, if you use compressed air, if that is tainted by the chemicals that you're putting down there with fracking, that when it comes to the air, it'll be immediately released into the air and will be breathed. People will breathe it. And this is, it's a limited resource of where you can use this compressed air storage. And you're going to slop it up for everybody that wants to see solar and wind. Kansas has passed a bill to use salt domes, to use compressed air at night from their windmills, and then to use it on peak. So there's a major problem here that needs to be addressed. What are you going to do about it?
The regs don't get into the question of crossover of hydraulic fracturing operations and where you might be able to store compressed air. I would have to look into seeing how that works and where those areas are likely to overlap. Obviously, hydraulic fracturing operations would be used where there's oil, as opposed to into a depleted formation where you might be choosing to store air. I honestly, sir, am not an expert in how you store air and what formations you would put it in, but it strikes me that it would be. It's.
This up in the Sacramento area. There's areas like Montebello
Yep.
down here that could be used as well.
It strikes me that
This is something that should be dealt with right now in these proceedings.
Thank you for the comment. I think we need to figure out the degree to which you would engage in hydraulic fracturing operations in a depleted formation if there was no oil or gas to get out. But it's worth considering. So thank you.
Over here on the right.
Hi, yes, Becky Hua with LA Waterkeeper again. So assuming that Dogger does not impose the ban on fracking, can you shed a little bit more light on what the next upcoming steps will be after this workshop and the subsequent 2 workshops to follow? Specifically, when do you expect the formal rulemaking process to start? I know your website says end of February, but I'm not sure if there have been any updates on that. And also, when do you expect the public comment period to be? And lastly, when do you expect the regulations to be adopted?
I'll get at the first question, or first part of that question, and just get it off of the table. It's sort of the unspoken question that I figured we would have gotten to about 30 minutes ago, and that is, why isn't there a ban on fracking in these in place? And the answer is because to place a ban on fracking, the division would have to run through a rulemaking process, kind of like this one, except that maybe it'd be shorter text, but no less controversial. And the decision the department made, as I indicated last week to the Senate panel, was we made a conscious decision to say, let's regulate this practice as 3106 would suggest that we are charged with doing, as opposed to trying to run through a ban while there is no regulation in place then. None of the things that we're talking about would be in place, while we fought about the question of whether there is or isn't authority for us to impose a ban. We instead chose to go ahead and regulate the practice, and that's where our efforts have been. With regard to timing, the February date obviously is not going to happen. We are looking at least 2 more workshops, separated at least by a week from each other, and we're hoping to be able to provide at least 2 weeks of notice about the next one. I believe our ordering is into Bakersfield and Sacramento. There's also been interest in other parts of the state in having other workshops. We're trying to figure out whether we're going to have one more, whether we're going to do a webcasting perhaps, but there has been some interest in other workshops. Our hope is that by sometime while we're still in what we would call spring, we will be done with the workshops and have had enough input that we could put together a regulatory package to actually start the Administrative Procedures Act, the rulemaking process that's spelled out in there. That process cannot take more than a year. I think that it's realistic to assume that it will take us a year, given the weight of comments we are sure to get, the amount of, I mean, we'll be having further public hearings, I'm certain about it, during that process. So we're probably talking about middle of 2014 for the effective date of the regulations, but there will be, I think I said this, there would be subsequent public hearings as well during the APA process. We can make some of them be at night and on weekend. Keep in mind that we're also working professionals and have lives, and we're happy to participate and try to get that out there, but we knew we weren't going to be able to get through an 8-hour workshop on a Tuesday night.
I had a question about produced water and then possibly a suggestion, where Dogger profiles produced water for each of the different oil fields. Once you're getting disclosure from the industry, either through Frac Focus or maybe some other means, are you going to be looking for those chemicals or constituents? And then are you going to be looking for other chemicals that might be outside of those that are disclosed?
The question of monitoring wells is one that we are working with our sister agency, the State Water Board, and the suggestion earlier about making it clear where what I've referred to as the seams, that it's clear where is Dogger's authority and where is Water Board's. Oh, the profile of the produced water. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. Let's out of that formation. I think, where's Tim? Just a question about profile of produced water. Would we be able to be identifying, say, constituents of hydraulic fracturing fluid? When the produced water comes back, I know it's going to be, say it was going to be used for injection, would that be identified?
Not easily. I mean, there are ways to do it.
But it could be.
It could be.
Okay. I mean, we would expect to see it in the produced fluid coming out of a formation that was fracked. I think maybe is your question how long we would continue to see it?
Help some people. We stopped the Lomex in situ uranium mining proposal for eastern San Luis Obispo County, and seems like the Monterey Shale and eastern San Luis Obispo County seems like. Anyway, I hope uranium miners don't hear this to then all of a sudden apply for patents in the area. But I read a couple weeks ago about the radioactive water due to the radium essentially melting into the fracking fluid in Pennsylvania. And are there any efforts to avoid the uranium areas such as eastern San Luis Obispo County and other areas with uranium in the state?
If they are oil-bearing reservoirs, then operators could drill into that. I think we'd have to look into that. Have to look into figuring out whether that's even an oil-bearing zone.
Over there.
Thank you. Sherry Jordan with the City of Culver City. You mentioned that you will be using the CEQA process to adopt these regulations. I was wondering what you were thinking that might be. Would it be category exemption, MMMD, and EIR? And then where does that fit in the rulemaking process, time-wise and such?
The type of document is not yet known, and where would it fit in the rulemaking process? Justin, where is that?
It would be done before the regulations are formed. It would be early in, sorry. The document would probably be circulated with a lot of the, or at least initiated with a lot of the initial rulemaking process. It's not directly tied to the APA process, so the only kind of hard and fast timing issue is that the regulations couldn't go into effect until that process was complete.
Legislature?
Pardon me?
It could not be voted on.
These are administrative regulations that are being put into effect by an executive
it's administrative.
agency. So there's no commission or board vote. These are administrative regulations.
That can't happen until the environmental is done.
Right. The regulations can't go into effect until that environmental compliance gets done.
I was wondering whether these proposed fracking regulations also cover fracking offshore, and if they do, I'd like to make a recommendation that we absolutely prohibit fracking in our offshore waters.
When you say offshore, do you mean the state land or the federal land? State land. Okay, the regs would apply to the production in state waters. And I've got the recommendation.
Are there any other questions over here?
Cassie Siegel with the Center for Biological Diversity. Thanks so much for your time today. It's been really informative. Dogger's first charge, though, is the protection of life, health, property, natural resources, and water. And you can't do that when there's not any rules on fracking currently being enforced, and the oil companies are out there fracking whenever and however they want. We think that a ban is necessary to protect our state, but at the very least, you can't make an informed decision about whether to go with regulation rather than a ban and let fracking continue without taking a complete and integrated look at the dangers. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened at the state level or the federal level. We need to look at all the issues from the use of the chemicals to water supply, to disposition of the wastewater, seismic impacts to our communities, and on and on. So I think that in many ways the cart is being put before the horse. Right now, Californians have less protection than people in New York. Fracking is going on. We're very, very happy to work with you in this process, but our first request is that you replace the draft regulations with a simple prohibition on fracking, and at the very least, institute a moratorium on fracking while there's no rules that are being enforced. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Vallejo Schultz again. I've got a couple of points. One is that in the CEQA process, I would ask that you put forth the do-nothing alternative just to show what is currently happening, because I think most people, and myself included, really doesn't know what is currently happening in California as far as fracking goes. And so it would be interesting to know how these regulations actually differ from what's actually currently occurring. Two, I think it's important that there's notification given to property owners and so on in terms of whether or not their property is impacted. Dealing with slant drilling or so on, you may end up with the issues of trespass and inverse condemnation and so on, which could create a whole nother can of worms. The third point is that dealing with the databases and so forth. I know that you guys are in favor of, continuing to use FracSource. GeoTracker and Envirostore are two good databases that seem to be fairly operational that maybe could be copied relatively on a cost-effective basis to provide the same type of information to individuals, researchers, property owners, title companies, so on and so forth. And I'd also recommend that certain terms are standardized. For example, whether you should use the state, whether it comes from you or whoever, but identify the term fracking as a standardized term in order to search databases so that when someone's doing research that they can actually access the data and know what they're talking about. During lunch I went out and on not the Envirostore, but the GeoTracker database, I identified two wells or two facilities that looked like that were fracking operations where there have been releases that are currently being, or that now have no further action letters associated with them, and they've been cleaned up. But it would have been nice, but I'm only supposing they dealt with fracking based on the information that was written in the documentation. It would be nice to know if this was that type of operation so that anyone that was doing any research on those items could assemble the necessary data to do the analysis. And I also think it would be very helpful to integrate the websites between yourself and between GeoTracker or Envirostore or so on. And that's something you guys should also work towards. Thank you.
Was, just out of curiosity, GeoTracker and Envirostore, was GeoTracker the one that, sort of the Gamma system that State Water Board has up there?
Yes, that is the State Water Board systems.
Okay.
Okay, over here at this first table. Someone's bringing you a microphone. Hold on.
Good afternoon to all our fellow supporters of moratorium on fracking. I have two questions and an observation. I'm a general type of a person. I'm not an authority on anything but what I feel is safe for the community. I have two questions with regard to this here, your agency or whatever you call yourselves, so-called conservation agency. Why not enough notice to the public on these type of meetings? Why not conduct these meetings in public spaces like the library across the street, where the general public can become informed and make informed decisions and voice their informed opinion of these dangerous practices that have been going on for decades? Which brings me to the next question. These are questions. The next question would be, why should we, the public, entrust the decision to develop regulations regarding such horribly dangerous practices when in fact for decades you've not done so? Those are the two questions. My observation is this: quit fracking up our neighborhoods and my motherland. Stop it now.
With regard to the two questions, this is a public facility by dint of us having a public meeting here, and the notice that we gave about these hearings started in December. The specific date was released as soon as we could get the arrangements squared away with the facility, which was 12 days prior to this hearing. By If that happened, I apologize, ma'am, but this is a public meeting. And I believe your second question, if anybody would like the practice of fracking regulated by another agency, they are welcome to change. They are welcome to change the Public Resources Code. Ma'am, I would note that we are now.
Next. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a question right over here.
Hello, this is Harvey Eder again with the Public Solar Power Coalition. I'd appreciate it if you could get back to me on what I brought up before, but in reference to trade secrets, it's my understanding that the Department of Energy put money into research and developing fracking, and that this was public money, and a lot of these techniques and chemicals are known and are available in the research, and that anything that's in the public domain must be made public and not covered by trade secrets in any way. And there should be research done on that, and it should be taken into account by you folks.
Do you have a business card so we can get back to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, my question is, it's been brought up twice now that you had a choice between banning or regulating. And since you know it needs such serious regulation, I believe you believe it does, why would you not take a moratorium? I need to understand why you would not take a moratorium, because 2014 is a long time away for something like this to go on.
It's a timing question. We wouldn't have regulations if we had done a moratorium. We wouldn't have had regulations until sometime about 2016. So we made the decision that we would move quickly to get to the place where we have the regulation in place. I hear your question, follow-up, I'm sure, is, well, if you had a moratorium, then you wouldn't need to worry about the regs. The reality is that the practice is presently allowed. And so until you have the entire regulatory question about a moratorium on fracking resolved, fracking would continue without any of these regulatory requirements that we're placing. So it is a determination we made to focus on the regulation rather than get into a lengthy, likely lengthy legal battle about our authority to impose a moratorium on a practice that, frankly, is described in the existing code as something that's allowed, but we should be regulating it. So we are regulating it. That was exactly what we're saying. The moratorium would require adoption of a regulation. The adoption of a regulation is what we're doing right here.
Over there against the wall.
Hello. I'm not sure if this has been covered already in the morning session or at some other time or on your website, but it was my understanding last year that you would be releasing a independent scientific study of hydraulic fracturing, which informed the development of these regulations. That's something that I have not seen yet, and that we're still waiting for.
And we are still working through the process of figuring out how we're going to go about getting that, but I think that it's going to have to be part of this overall process.
I have a question regarding process. So are you planning to post, I assume you have been receiving written comments so far on your discussion draft? Yes. Are you planning to post them?
Our plan for posting of written comments is actually during the formal regulatory rulemaking process. That's when we're planning on doing the response to comments received during that period, which would also include the posting of them.
I would encourage you to post them earlier, just because a lot of the issues that people raise may be addressed by some regulatory agencies that also, I'm sure, will comment on the proposed regulations.
Oh,
so I think that would be very helpful for the public to see how, if other agencies are participating in this process, as they should, because I know that's what they do as well.
Okay, I hadn't thought about it from that point of view, but that's an interesting perspective. Okay.
Yeah, you keep on coming back to claiming that you don't have the power under the regulations to impose a moratorium, and I really have a sincere disagreement with that. Under 1724.10I, it specifically says that the surface pressure shall not exceed the fracturing pressure of the formation, and under Leaf versus EPA, that fracking falls under the underground injection control program. Now, I understand with the Halliburton loophole that you can promulgate regulations outside of the UIC. Nevertheless, you do have the power to interpret 1724.10I as prohibiting fracking until you get regulations that take it out of the UIC program.
This was touched on earlier in the day. The distinction between UIC regulation and well stimulation is one that goes back to the promulgation of the regulations in 1978. It's a distinction that's made by every jurisdiction that regulates UIC operations. It's also that distinction is the subject of ongoing litigation, and we're not going to debate it or discuss it in detail in this context.
Well, I'm just telling you that you do have the power to impose a moratorium. You've chosen not to.
Thanks for your input.
Just a little background on me. I was a roustabout. For those of you who don't know what a roustabout is essentially the lowest of low of oil field workers. Back when I was 19, I can tell you that there are no oil fields that are environmentally friendly. I remember specifically watching a welder try to put together a pipe sitting waist deep in oil, crude. The claim that fracking hasn't caused any environmental harm in California is just, first of all, it's ludicrous, it's unknowable, it's because you guys haven't regulated it. One of the things that the regulations need to do is have regulations that require reporting from the first delivery of fracking fluid to the site, throughout the fracking process, to extraction of all the fracking fluid, to disposal of the fracking fluid as well. And that reporting requirement needs to be public and provided for in the regulations. And I just want to point out that, you know, first of all, we have had many different problems in California with oil, not to mention, you know, the 1969 oil spill off of Platform A. We've had the Guadalupe Dunes oil spill with Unocal, which, what is it, 8 million gallons of diluent that was injected. I don't know who was regulating that, but clearly there was a failure in regulation, which resulted in a huge plume in southern San Luis Obispo County or northern Santa Barbara. I think it went on both of them.
there's Avila Beach. I noticed in Ohio on February 13th, there was actually a criminal complaint brought against a fracking company where they were taking their frack fluid and they were just opening up their tanks and letting it go down the storm drain right into the Mahoning River. And I'd like to submit this. The owner of the company admits to ordering his employees to open up the tank 6 times, but come on. we don't know. And so it's not a couple of bad actors. Look, I worked in the oil company, in the oil fields for long enough to know that it's just a dirty business, and we really need to regulate it. Thank you.
One more over there. And then back there.
Okay, the general impression I have received, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have the fox guarding the hen house. When you say that you're regulating something, but I read over and over here that you are depending on the operators to report to you, I don't see where your regulations are effective or that they have any teeth for enforcement whatsoever. I don't understand what your enforcement mechanism is, if there is one. It's not addressed in the notes that you've given us. I would like to know what your enforcement mechanisms are specifically. If you're going to hold another public hearing, I would expect you to have those available for the public in the next hearing and on your website as soon as possible. The second homily I would deliver is that what appears in your so-called regulations is that you're willing to lock the door of the barn after the horse is stolen. Having the industry report on spills to you, and then if something really awful happens, which is not defined because you haven't defined what a serious spill is, and you're letting the industry determine what that is, the public could be exposed to, we don't even know what kinds of hazardous materials, we don't know for how long, we don't know in what circumstances, ad infinitum, and maybe somebody in the industry will feel obligated to report to you about that, and maybe if written permission is granted by the operator, someone may get a list of hazardous substances that the public may have been exposed to. Come on. Are you kidding? This is just absolutely frustrating and insulting, and I think anything less than a moratorium until we have thoroughly investigated and discussed water use problems. That includes water extraction, taken out of the environment and not ever returned, sand and proppant problems, toxic chemicals released into underground water, released into the soil, into surface water, and into what you won't even define as fresh water. Health concerns, not only of human beings, but I would say livestock. I would also say wildlife, which you haven't even addressed today. Air quality, that's come up. This hasn't really been investigated by your agency to any degree that I can determine from these papers. Waste disposal, transport, and storage. I don't think you adequately addressed those today either. And certainly these chemical disclosures and this trade secret nonsense has to go. We just can't have that. And
Thank
I
you
want
very
a
much.
moratorium on this until all of those items I just listed have been thoroughly investigated, and you can report to the public with much more detail and assurance than you've given us today.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question over here.
Hi, I'm Katie Allen,
concerned citizen. I have two questions. One is, does the Department of Conservation or any other agency have any special considerations for extra, whatever, monitoring after an extreme earthquake, as might happen at one of our failing nuclear power plants? Also, I haven't heard mention anything about water use. Who determines how much water gets diverted to? I've heard maybe 15 billions of oil possibly in the Monterey Shale. It's an awful lot of water going to be used to extract all that. Who gets to determine how much of our precious water goes to doing that, as opposed to other wonderful uses like drinking and, you know, agriculture? I just haven't heard much of that. I've heard, I get about the, you know, polluting the water. That's a horrible issue. I understand that, but just the massive amount of water it takes in a state that's so prone to drought is a huge concern to me. Thank you.
The question about water use is one that is not regulated by the division. I'm not even certain that it's regulated at all, other than by the market, as in who can pay how much for the water. That's not something that we will be able to take on. However, we are recognizing that this is an issue with people, and it's begs the question about whether recycling water is doable in hydraulic fracturing, and that's something that we need to be working with the oil and gas industry on figuring out how that could happen. With regard to wells and their integrity secondary to a catastrophic earthquake, I would ask Tim or Rob to address the question of, so what happened, using, for instance, Northridge, a pretty big earthquake. What happened with oil and gas operations secondary to that? Do you have any background on that, Tim? I know I'm hitting you cold on it.
Just general knowledge. You know, they say if you're underground in a cave when there's an earthquake, you don't feel it, because everything around you moves with it. And to some extent, that's what happens to well casing. Everything moves. So it's moving with everything else. The stuff on the surface is a little more problematic, because not everything around it is moving. So there have been, when we have earthquakes near oil fields, and we've had them, of course, in California over the years, not associated to the oil extraction, more because of the major tectonic forces in California, but most of the challenges and problems we see are with the piping and tankage at the surface, because things on the surface tend to move around.
All right, thank you. That's all the time we have today. We'd like to thank you for your attention. No, you're not, because we're leaving here at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. If you have comments you would like to leave, we'll be happy to take those in writing and on our website. And our director has a few words he would like to say in parting.
We will be soliciting written comments throughout this period, and thank you for your participation.